In April of 1870, a middle-aged German businessman climbs a low hill above the Turkish plain of Hisarlik, near the mouth of a strait called the Dardanelles, and begins to dig. He has no permit. He has no formal training. He has a copy of Homer in his coat pocket and a conviction that most scholars of his time consider close to madness. The hill is called in Turkish the place of the fortress, and beneath the grass and the loose stone and the low scrub, something is waiting. His pickaxe strikes rubble, then more rubble, then something harder. A wall. Not a wall from last year or last century, a wall that has been buried so long the earth has forgotten it was ever anything else. He does not know it yet, but he is standing on top of 9 cities, stacked one on another like the pages of a book nobody has read in 3,000 years. Somewhere in those pages, he believes, is Troy. He may be right. He may also, in his hurry, have already destroyed the very evidence that would prove it. If you enjoy documentaries like this to fall asleep to, subscribe. I post a new mystery like this every week. I want you to picture the mound first, before I tell you anything else about it, because the mound is where everything begins, and where, in a strange way, everything still lives. It sits on a low rise above a river plain in northwestern Turkey, not far from where the Dardanelles narrow into the kind of strait a person could once row across on a calm evening. The locals call it Hisarlik. From a distance it looks unremarkable, a gentle swell in otherwise flat farmland, covered in the same pale grass and scattered thorn bushes you would find on any hill for 100 miles in any direction. You could walk past it and feel nothing. That is, I think, the first quiet mystery of Troy. The place that may have inspired the oldest and most famous war story in the Western world does not announce itself. It waits. What Heinrich Schliemann found when he began digging into that unremarkable rise was not 1 city. It was 9. I want you to sit with that number for a moment, because it is easy to say and much harder to feel. 9 cities, one on top of another, like a layer cake built by 3,000 years of people who kept returning to the same spot on the same hill, generation after generation, century after century, building their homes on the ashes and the fallen stone of whoever had lived there before them. Archaeologists number these layers, Troy the First through Troy the First, from the very earliest, deepest settlement, a small fortified village dating back to around 3000 BCE, in the early Bronze Age up through Troy the First, a Greek and Roman city called Ilion that was still standing, still receiving visitors, still being written about, as late as the time of the Roman Emperor Augustus. Between those 2 points lies an almost unbroken chain of human habitation stretching across nearly 3,000 years. Think about that span of time. It is longer than the distance between us and the builders of the Colosseum. It is longer than the distance between us and Julius Caesar. On this one modest hill, in this one place where a river valley opens toward the sea, people kept building and burning and rebuilding, layer over layer, for longer than most nations we know today have existed at all. The layer that has captured the most attention, the layer most closely tied to the story of the Trojan War, as Homer told it, is Troy VI, and its immediate successor, Troy VII. These sit somewhere in the middle of that great stack, dated by most archaeologists to the late Bronze Age, roughly between 1750 and 1180 BCE. It is worth pausing here on something that still unsettles me a little every time I think about it. When Schliemann began digging in 1870, he was not looking for the middle of the stack. He was digging for the very earliest layers, the ones closest to what he imagined Homer's Bronze Age should look like, and in doing so, in his haste to reach the bottom, he cut straight through the layer that most scholars today believe is the true candidate for Homeric Troy. He tunneled past it. He may have thrown parts of it onto his spoil heaps without ever knowing what he was discarding. That is the kind of detail that keeps a person turning over the page a little longer than they meant to, and it is the kind of detail I will keep circling back to before this story is through, gently, the way you might return your attention to the sound of rain against a window. But let's stay with scale a while longer, because the scale of the site is really the first thing that has to settle into you before anything else about this mystery will make sense. The mound itself, before excavation, rose about 15 meters above the surrounding plain, 15 meters of accumulated human residue, floor upon floor, wall upon wall, hearth upon hearth. Schliemann's earliest trenches cut straight down through this mass like a knife through a layered pastry, and what came out of the cut, in places, was chaos. Broken pottery from 1,000 different centuries, all tumbling together in the spoil. Charred grain, fragments of bronze, human bone, the debris of everyday life going back further than writing itself in most of the world. By the time later archaeologists Wilhelm Dörpfeld in the 1890s, and then Carl Blegen of the University of Cincinnati in the 1930s, and then Manfred Kaufmann and his team starting in the 1980s, working right up until Kaufmann's death in 2005, had carried out more careful, more scientific excavation. The picture that emerged was of something considerably larger than Schliemann himself had ever imagined. Schliemann had believed he was excavating the whole of Homeric Troy within the walls of the Citadel mound. What Kaufmann's team found, using ground-penetrating radar and careful surveying across the surrounding plain in the 1990s, was that the Citadel, the hill itself, with its walls and its palace, was only the Acropolis, the fortified heart of a much larger lower town. Beneath the fields around the mound, they found evidence of a defensive ditch cut into the bedrock, running in a broad arc, enclosing an area many times the size of the Citadel alone. Estimates of the lower town's population during the height of Troy VI have run as high as 5,000 to 10,000 people, though these numbers remain debated, and some scholars argue for smaller figures. Either way, this was not the modest hilltop fort that Schliemann's early trenches suggested. This was, for its time and place, a substantial city, one of the largest and most strategically positioned settlements in the entire northeastern Aegean world. Consider what that position actually meant. Troy sits close to the entrance of the Dardanelles, the narrow strait connecting the Aegean Sea to the Sea of Marmara, and, beyond it, the Black Sea. In the ancient world, before engines, before anything but oar and sail, ships attempting to move north through that strait often had to wait for favourable winds and currents, sometimes for days or weeks at a time. A city positioned at that choke point was not just a place people happened to live. It was a toll booth on one of the most important trade corridors in the Bronze Age world, controlling access between two seas, two economic worlds, two spheres of trade in copper, tin, textiles, grain, and the countless other goods that moved along those Bronze Age networks. If you wanted to understand why a city in this particular spot might have grown wealthy, might have built massive walls, might have attracted the kind of attention, friendly or otherwise, that could eventually draw the armies of a poem into its plain, you do not need myth to explain it. You need only look at a map of the winds and the currents, and the reason for Troy's importance becomes quietly obvious. The walls themselves, when they were finally cleared and understood properly, are extraordinary. The Troy 6th fortification wall, built and rebuilt across several phases beginning perhaps as early as 1740 BCE, and reaching its most impressive form by around 1300 BCE, was constructed of large, carefully cut limestone blocks laid in a distinctive style, the lower courses vertical, battered slightly inward as they rise, giving the wall a subtly curved, almost organic profile that some archaeologists have compared to the hull of a ship turned upside down. In places the wall still stands, even today, to a height of over 6 meters, and it would originally have risen considerably higher still, with a mud brick superstructure on top of the stone base that has long since eroded away. The wall was punctuated by towers, one surviving tower. At the southern gate, still rises impressively from the ground, a solid, confident piece of Bronze Age engineering that has outlasted nearly everything else built alongside it. I find myself lingering on this wall more than I probably should, but there is something in its scale that resists easy summary. Homer describes the walls of Troy as built by the gods themselves, by Poseidon and Apollo, condemned for a year to labour as mortal builders in punishment for a slight against Zeus. It is easy, reading that story as pure myth, to dismiss it as poetic exaggeration, the kind of thing storytellers say about any impressive old wall, to make it sound grander than mere human hands could achieve. But when you stand, or when you imagine standing, since this is a story best explored from where you are lying now, eyes closed, half in the plain and half in your own bed at the base of that curving limestone wall, and you try to imagine the labour of quarrying, shaping and hauling stones that in places weigh over a ton apiece, using nothing but rope, timber rollers, and human muscle, in a world without the wheel used for heavy transport in this way, without draft animals bred for that kind of pulling power, Without iron tools, the myth starts to feel less like exaggeration and more like memory wearing the clothing of legend. Somebody built this. Somebody organized the labor of hundreds, maybe thousands, of people over years, maybe decades, to raise a wall that would still be standing, still recognizable, more than 3,000 years later. That is not a small thing. That is the kind of thing a culture remembers, even after it forgets the names of the people who did it. Let's talk for a moment about what lay inside those walls, because scale is not only about size, it is also about density, about how much human life was packed into how much space. Within the Citadel itself, excavations have revealed evidence of a palace complex on the highest point of the mound, though frustratingly little of it survives. The very summit of the hill, the place where a Bronze Age megaron or Great Hall would most likely have stood, was largely destroyed by later building activity, particularly during the Hellenistic and Roman periods, when the site was refounded as the city of Ilion and later became something of a pilgrimage destination for visitors, including, according to ancient sources, Alexander the Great himself, who is said to have visited Troy, made sacrifices at what he believed was Achilles' tomb, and taken a shield reputedly belonging to the heroes of the Trojan War to carry with him on his own campaigns. Even in antiquity, long before Schliemann, people were already treating this hill as sacred ground, already layering their own beliefs and hopes onto stones whose original purpose had already begun to blur with story. Below the Citadel, in the lower town that Kaufmann's team spent decades mapping, the picture is one of ordinary Bronze Age urban lifehouses, workshops, storage pits, evidence of textile production, evidence of metalworking, loom weights by the hundreds, suggesting organized textile manufacture on a scale beyond simple household need, possibly for trade. Storage jars, called pithoi, some large enough that a person could curl up inside one, used for storing oil, wine, and grain against lean years or long sieges. These are the kinds of details that rarely make it into epic poetry, but that tell you, quietly and without drama, what daily life inside these walls might actually have felt like: the smell of wool being dyed, the scrape of a loom, the particular hush of a storage room lined with jars taller than a child, cool and dim even in the height of a Mediterranean summer. And here is something that still surprises me every time I return to it. For all its size, for all its walls and towers and its position guarding one of the most important maritime choke points of the ancient world, Troy is, by the standards of its Bronze Age contemporaries, a relatively modest place. The great palace centres of Mycenaean Greece, Mycenae itself, Pylos, Tiryns, and the vast sprawling cities of the Hittite Empire in central Anatolia, whose capital at Hattusa covered an area many times larger than Troy's citadel and lower town combined, dwarf Hisarlik in sheer physical footprint. Troy was not the largest city of its age. It was not, by any measure we can reconstruct, the wealthiest. What it had, and what perhaps mattered more than either size or wealth, was position a narrow throat of water that ships needed to pass, and a city standing guard over that throat, close enough to watch every hull that came and went. Scale, in the case of Troy, is not really about how big the ruins are when you stand among them today. It is about how large the city loomed in the imagination of everyone who depended on that passage of water traders, raiders, kings, and, 3,000 years later, an obsessive, impatient, entirely self-taught German businessman with a copy of Homer in his coat pocket, utterly convinced that beneath this unremarkable Turkish hill lay the greatest story ever told. Before I take you further into how a city like this could possibly be built, I want to sit with you here a little longer, at the edge of the wall, in the quiet. Picture the stone, cool even in daylight, rough where 3,000 years of wind have worn away the tool marks but not the shape. Picture the grass moving very slightly against the base of the tower. Somewhere below, in the lower town that Schliemann never even knew existed, the outlines of streets and house foundations lie just beneath the topsoil, waiting, the way they waited for 100 years after Schliemann's death, for someone with better instruments and more patience to find them. That is the strange gift of a place like this. It does not give up all its secrets to the first person who arrives with a shovel and a theory. It gives them up slowly, in layers, the way sleep gives up its own layers to you, one soft threshold at a time, and there is no need to rush toward the bottom of it tonight. We have a long, unhurried walk ahead of us through this mound, and everything it has kept, There is a particular kind of quiet that settles over you when you try to imagine building something by hand that modern machines would still find difficult today. I want to walk you through that quiet now, slowly, because the story of how Troy's walls came to stand is really a story about labour, about hands, and rope, and timber, and the strange communal will it takes to raise something that no single lifetime will see finished. Start with the stone itself. The limestone used in the Troy 6 fortifications was quarried locally, from outcrops not far from the Citadel, which was itself a small mercy for the builders, since hauling stone any real distance in the Bronze Age was one of the most punishing kinds of labour a society could undertake. Even so, quarrying limestone without iron tools, using instead tools of bronze, and stone hammers, and wooden wedges soaked with water, and left to swell and split the rock along its natural fracture lines, was slow, exhausting work. A single block, and there are many in the Troy 6 wall that would have weighed well over a ton, might have taken a skilled team the better part of a week simply to free from the quarry face, shape roughly into a usable form, and prepare for transport. And then it had to move. Not far. In absolute terms, perhaps a few hundred meters in most cases, but moving a ton of stone, even a short distance, up a slope, without wheeled carts capable of bearing that kind of weight on Bronze Age roads, meant timber rollers laid one after another beneath a sledge, teams of men and probably oxen straining against ropes of twisted hide or plant fibre, inch by inch, while more men worked ahead, constantly picking up the rollers from behind the sledge and running them back around to the front to keep the stone moving. It is the same basic technique, remarkably, that the builders of the Egyptian pyramids used for their own enormous blocks, worked out independently, most likely, by two civilizations arriving at the same brutal solution to the same brutal problem. How do you move something too heavy for any number of arms to simply lift? Once at the wall, the stone had to be set, not stacked haphazardly, but placed with a real, if intuitive, understanding of load and balance. The lower courses angled slightly inward in that distinctive battered profile I mentioned before, each new course resting partly on the one beneath it, in a way that distributed weight and resisted the kind of catastrophic sliding failure that would doom a poorly built wall the first time an earthquake, and this region has never been short of earthquakes shook the ground beneath it. Whoever directed this work, whether we call them an architect, a master mason, or simply the most experienced builder in the settlement, understood something about physics that they had never written down in any surviving text, because writing in this part of the Bronze Age world, where it existed at all, was reserved for palace administration and diplomatic correspondence, not for passing down the practical wisdom of stoneworkers. That knowledge lived instead in hands, in muscle memory, in the specific instructions one aging builder gave to a younger one on a specific afternoon that no record will ever recover. We know the wall stood. We do not know the name of a single person who built it. Above the stone base, the wall continued upward in mud brick, a material that has almost entirely vanished from the archaeological record at Troy, worn away by 3,000 years of rain and wind, but that we know was there because of comparable Bronze Age fortifications elsewhere in Anatolia and the Aegean, and because a wall built entirely of stone to its full original height, estimated by some scholars at 8 to 9 meters or more, would have required a staggering, almost certainly impractical quantity of quarried limestone. Mud brick, by contrast, could be made on site, from clay and water and chopped straw, formed in wooden moulds, and left to dry in the sun before being laid in courses bonded with mud mortar. It was faster, it was cheaper in labour, and it required its own kind of expertise, knowing the right ratio of clay to temper, knowing how long to let the bricks cure, knowing how to protect the top of a mud brick wall from rain with a coping of some more durable material, or the whole structure would slump and dissolve back into the earth it came from within a generation. I want you to sit with the sheer scale of coordinated effort this implies, because it is easy, reading numbers on a page, to let them slide past without weight. Historians and archaeologists who have attempted to estimate the labour involved in Bronze Age fortification projects of comparable size, drawing on studies of similar wall systems in the Hittite world and in Mycenaean Greece, generally arrive at figures in the range of many tens of thousands of person-days of labour for a project like the Troy VI Circuit Wall, likely spread across multiple building seasons over a period of years, possibly even a generation or more, as the wall was extended, repaired, and heightened in several distinct phases that archaeologists have carefully traced through the different building techniques and stone-cutting styles visible in different sections. This was not a single burst of construction ordered by one king in one reign. It was an ongoing civic project, inherited and continued by successive rulers, the way a cathedral in medieval Europe might take 200 or 300 years and outlive the birth and death of everyone who laid its first stone. What does that tell us about the society that built it? It tells us, I think, that whoever controlled Troy in this period had the ability to organize labor on a scale beyond simple household or village cooperation, the ability to feed, house, and direct large numbers of workers who were not spending those days farming their own fields, which means a surplus of food had to exist somewhere to support them, which means an administrative system had to exist to collect, store, and distribute that surplus. Walls like this are never really just walls. They are physical proof of a functioning state, a hierarchy of authority capable of mobilizing collective effort toward a single, unglamorous, back-breaking goal, sustained across years, in a region where the reward for failure was not merely embarrassment but almost certainly conquest, since a city guarding this particular stretch of water, without adequate walls, would have made an extraordinarily tempting target for anyone with ships and ambition. There is a detail here that I find myself returning to more than perhaps I should, and it concerns the gates. The main gate in the southwestern stretch of the Troy 6 wall was flanked by a great tower, and the road leading up to it did not run straight at the opening but curved, forcing anyone approaching friend or enemy to expose their unshielded side to defenders on the wall above for the last stretch of the climb. This is not an accident of terrain. This is a decision made by someone, at some point, who understood not just how to stack stone but how an attacking force actually behaves, how shields are typically carried, how a curved approach denies an attacker the ability to charge a gate at full speed and full momentum. Whoever designed this had either fought in enough battles to understand these mechanics firsthand, or had access to people who had, and had translated that hard-lived knowledge into the permanent language of stone. 3,000 years later, you can still walk that curve, still feel in your own body, if you let yourself, the particular vulnerability of climbing toward a gate with your right side, your unshielded side, turned toward the wall above you. The stone remembers a kind of fear that the people who felt it never wrote down. Let me pull back now, just slightly, and give you a wider frame, because the impossible making of Troy was not only about walls, it was about water, about roads, about the everyday infrastructure of a Bronze Age city that had to sustain thousands of people, along with their animals, on a hill without an obvious, abundant natural spring at its summit. Some later Greek sources describe 2 springs near Troy, one running warm and one running cold, said in myth to be sacred, and even visited, in the story Homer tells, by the Trojan women doing their washing just before the war began, a small, almost startlingly domestic image, tucked inside an epic about gods and heroes, women beating cloth against stone by a spring that steamed faintly in the cool morning air. Archaeologists have never definitively located these springs with certainty, though candidates have been proposed near the base of the mound, and their existence, or the memory of their existence, may have shaped where the earliest settlers chose to build in the first place, sometime around 3000 BCE when Troy I was nothing more than a small, fortified village clinging to this same defensible rise. Water, in a city under threat of siege, and we will come to the question of siege soon enough, gently, without hurry, is not a convenience. It is the single most decisive factor in whether a fortified settlement can survive prolonged pressure from an enemy camped outside its walls. A city with abundant, secure internal water can hold out for months, even years, waiting for the attacking force to exhaust its own supplies, its own patience, its own will. A city that depends on water sources outside its walls is vulnerable the moment those sources are cut off or contaminated. Some archaeologists have pointed to features within the Troy VI and Zero's a Citadel deep pits, and what may be cistern-like structures as possible evidence that the Trojans understood this vulnerability and worked to secure water storage within the walls themselves, though the evidence here remains fragmentary, more suggestion than proof, the kind of thing that keeps a careful excavator up at night, wondering what one more trench, dug in one more season, might finally confirm. I think what moves me most about all of this, the quarried stone, the curved approach to the gate, the uncertain springs, The possible cisterns is not any single piece of evidence, but the accumulated weight of all of it together. It tells the story of a community that thought in decades, not days. A community that understood, on some level, that the walls they were building would outlive them, would be inherited by children not yet born, would need to be strong enough to matter to people they would never meet. There is something quietly moving in that. Something that has nothing to do with gods punished to labour as mortals, and everything to do with ordinary human patience, stretched out across generations, stone by stone, until an unremarkable hill above a river plain became one of the most formidable fortified cities in the Bronze Age world. And then, at some point we are only beginning to understand, and will spend the rest of this story circling, slowly. From different directions, all of that labour, all of that patience, met something it could not withstand. Let's go back to that gate for a while, the one I mentioned before, the one where the road curves before it reaches the wall, because I think there is more to learn there if we sit with it a little longer, the way you might sit with any one detail of a room until it starts to tell you about the whole house. The southwestern gate of Troy VI is the best preserved of the Citadel's entrances, and it has always struck excavators as the most carefully considered piece of the entire fortification system. Approaching it today, walking the modern path laid out for visitors, you climb a gentle but unmistakable slope, and the tower rises to your left, close enough that if you reached up you could nearly touch the lowest, oldest stones. This is deliberate. Anyone approaching this gate in the Bronze Age, whether merchant or soldier, whether welcomed or unwelcome, would have felt the wall looming above them on their unshielded side for the final approach, would have understood, on some instinctive animal level, that they were being watched, weighed, measured, from somewhere above that they could not easily see into. Wilhelm Dörpfeld, working at the site in the 1890s after Schliemann's death, was the first to properly document this gate, and to recognise that what he was looking at belonged to a period of the site's history considerably later than the layers Schliemann had originally been most excited about. It was Dörpfeld who first began to seriously argue that Troy VI, not the earlier, more modest settlements Schliemann had dug through in his rush to find gold, represented the great, walled, Homeric-scale city that the poem seemed to describe. This was a slow, quiet correction, the kind that rarely makes headlines, unfolding over years of careful stratigraphic work, the kind of work that involves far more patient note-taking than triumphant discovery, and yet it fundamentally reshaped how the entire site would be understood from that point forward. Inside the gate, once you cross the threshold, the road continues upward into the Citadel proper, and this is where you begin to understand something else about the impossible making of this place, the sheer verticality of it. Troy is not flat inside its walls. The Citadel rises in a series of terraces, and Bronze Age builders cut into the natural rock and built up retaining walls to create level platforms for houses and, at the summit, for whatever palace complex once stood there before later builders erased most of its foundations. Each of these terraces required its own labour, its own careful calculation of how much a retaining wall needed to hold back before the terrace above it would slump forward under its own weight, especially during the rainy season, especially during an earthquake. And we will spend real time with earthquakes later in this story, because this region sits along one of the most seismically restless zones in the entire Mediterranean world, a fact that will matter more than you might expect. I keep circling back to water, and I want to be honest with you about why. It is because water, more than any single stone, is what actually determines whether a city like this can survive under pressure. We touched briefly before on the two springs mentioned in later Greek tradition, warm and cold, associated in myth with the washing places of Trojan women. Whether or not those particular springs can be identified with certainty in the modern landscape, what matters more to this story is what archaeologists have found within the walls themselves. Deep shafts and pits cut down into the bedrock of the citadel, some reaching many metres below the Bronze Age ground surface, structures that some excavators have interpreted as an attempt to reach the water table directly from inside the fortifications, bypassing any dependence on external springs altogether. If that interpretation is correct, and I want to be honest with you, the way I try to be honest with you throughout this story, that not every archaeologist agrees on how to read these features, that this is contested, careful, ongoing work rather than settled fact, then it would mean the people who controlled Troy in its late Bronze Age phase had thought seriously, deliberately, about the exact scenario that would eventually, in one version of this story or another, come to define the city's fate. Prolonged pressure from outside the walls, an enemy with the patience to wait, and the question of who would run out of resources first. The besiegers camped in the plain below, or the besieged waiting behind stone that had taken generations to raise. There is something almost unbearably poignant in that, if you let yourself feel it, a city preparing, methodically, patiently across years of labour for a threat that had not yet arrived, digging down through solid rock toward water it might never actually need, driven by the same instinct that makes any of us check that a door is locked before we go to sleep, not because we expect anything that night, but because the checking itself is what allows the sleep to come. Whether the Trojans of Troy VI ever needed those deep shafts in the way their builders feared, whether the water within ever had to sustain a population under siege for the length of time, the old story claims 9 long years wearing down against a war that would not end, is one of the many questions this mound has not yet fully answered, and may never answer completely. What we can say, with more confidence, is this. The people who built and maintained Troy VI's fortifications, its gates, its terraces, its water infrastructure, over multiple generations, were not improvising. They were executing a long-term vision of defense that anticipated exactly the kind of prolonged, grinding conflict that later gets remembered, transformed, compressed into poetry, and handed down to us as myth. Whether the specific war that Homer describes ever happened in the precise way the Iliad tells it, is a question we will come to, slowly, from several different directions, because that is how mysteries like this deserve to be approached, not rushed toward an answer, but circled, the way water circles a drain, narrowing gradually, taking its time. Let me tell you about something else the excavators found near this gate, something smaller than a wall, smaller than a tower, but somehow just as haunting in its own quiet way. Embedded in the paving stones of the gate passage, worn smooth by feet that crossed this threshold across centuries, are wheel ruts, the accumulated grooves left by carts passing in and out of the city, over what must have been a very long span of use, deep enough that later builders, in a subsequent rebuilding phase, sometimes had to patch and re-level the stones to keep the passage usable. Every one of those grooves represents a cart, loaded with something grain, wool, pottery, or perhaps a bride arriving for a marriage that would tie 2 families, 2 cities, 2 spheres of Bronze Age trade together, or a body being carried out for burial beyond the walls, since burials, as far as excavators have been able to determine, generally took place outside the settlement itself. Every one of those grooves is a small, worn record of an ordinary day that nobody thought worth writing down. Because why would you write down an ordinary day, when you have no reason yet to believe that day, and thousands like it, will someday be all that remains to prove you existed at all? I want to leave you, for now, at this gate, in the particular hush that settles over ruins in the late afternoon, when the light comes in low and gold across the stone and the wheel ruts fill with soft shadow, and let this image rest with you while we turn, gently, to look at what happened when the city this gate protected finally met the thing it had spent generations preparing for. Every mound like this one holds what archaeologists sometimes call, quite plainly, a destruction layer, a stratum of ash, collapsed mud brick, and scorched earth that marks the moment a phase of the city's life ended, sometimes gradually, through slow abandonment and decay, and sometimes all at once, violently, in fire. Troy has several such layers across its long history, because a city occupied for 3,000 years on a contested stretch of coastline is a city that will, sooner or later, burn more than once. But there are 2 layers in particular that have drawn the closest attention from archaeologists trying to understand whether, and when, and how, this hill might have hosted the war Homer describes, and I want to walk you through both of them now, carefully, because the difference between them turns out to matter enormously. The first is the end of Troy VI, the great walled city whose gates and terraces we have just spent time with. Around 1300 BCE, or perhaps a little before, something happened to this city that left clear physical evidence of catastrophic sudden destruction. Sections of the fortification wall show signs of collapse consistent not with slow decay or later demolition, but with a single violent event. Human remains have been found in postures that some excavators have interpreted as consistent with people caught by surprise, though I want to be careful here, because the interpretation of skeletal evidence in circumstances like this is genuinely difficult, and archaeologists continue to debate exactly what these remains tell us. What is less debated is the physical signature of the destruction itself: tilted walls, crushed structures, and in places, a layer of debris consistent with a sudden, violent collapse. For decades, many scholars, including Carl Blegen, who led the University of Cincinnati excavations at Troy in the 1930s, argued that the destruction of Troy VI was not the work of human hands at all, but of the earth itself, an earthquake, sudden and catastrophic, toppling walls that had stood for generations, burying whoever happened to be beneath them at the moment the ground began to move. We will spend real time with this theory later, gently, because it deserves its own unhurried consideration, but I mention it now because it matters to understand that not every dramatic destruction layer in this mound points toward war. Sometimes the ground itself is the antagonist, and there is a particular kind of dread in that idea too, the dread of a threat that cannot be negotiated with, cannot be seen coming, cannot be turned away by walls of any height or thickness, because it comes from beneath the very walls themselves. But there is a second destruction layer, and this is the one that has drawn even more attention, even more careful excavation, even more heated scholarly argument, because this is the layer most closely associated with the Troy Thiva phase, the settlement that was rebuilt, somewhat more modestly, somewhat more hastily it seems, atop the ruins of Troy VI not long after that earlier catastrophe. Troy the Thiva shows signs of having been a city bracing for trouble. Houses within the citadel walls during this phase were built more densely than before, in some cases with large storage jars, those same pithoi I mentioned earlier, tall enough to hold a grown person curled up inside, sunk directly into the floors of ordinary domestic rooms, as though the inhabitants were consciously maximizing their capacity to store food and water within the fortified area, the way a household today might begin stockpiling supplies when they sense that difficult times are approaching, even before they know exactly what form that difficulty will take. And then, sometime around 1180 BCE, give or take a few decades depending on which dating method and which scholar's calibration you trust most, Troy VII are burned. This destruction layer is, in the careful language archaeologists use to describe things that still, even after decades of study, retain the power to unsettle, unambiguous. A thick stratum of ash and charred debris covers much of the excavated area of this phase. Skeletal remains have been found that show signs some researchers associate with violent death. A partial skeleton found by Blegen's team, for instance, in circumstances suggesting the person did not leave the city before it fell. Bronze arrowheads, and the kind of small, shaped stones known as sling bullets, weapons used by ancient armies for ranged attack, have been recovered from within this destruction layer, in quantities that go well beyond what you would expect from ordinary domestic loss or accidental deposit. I want you to sit with that for a moment, gently, without letting it spike into anything sharper than quiet unease, because that is how this story deserves to be held. Somewhere within the ash of Troy VII are the small, hard traces of projectiles that were fired, at some point, by someone, at someone else, in numbers that suggest not an isolated skirmish but something more sustained, more organized, more consistent with the kind of prolonged conflict that later gets remembered, retold, and eventually compressed into the shape of an epic poem about a war that lasted 9 long years before the walls finally fell. It is worth pausing here to notice how differently these two destructions read to the archaeologists who have studied them. The end of Troy VI, with its evidence some scholars read as earthquake damage, feels, in the careful language of excavation reports, almost impersonal, the record of a natural process, terrible in its consequences, but without intention, without an enemy, without a story in the way we usually mean that word. The end of Troy VII feels different, the arrowheads, the sling bullets, the density of storage jars sunk into ordinary floors, as though the inhabitants knew, on some level, that ordinary trade and ordinary supply lines could no longer be relied upon. This is a city that appears to have been bracing itself, consciously, deliberately, for something it could see coming, even if it could not stop it from arriving. And yet, and this is one of the places where I feel the mystery deepen rather than resolve, which is, I think, The honest way to describe most of what this hill has to offer, even this second, more violent-seeming destruction cannot be definitively, conclusively tied to any specific historical event we can name with certainty. We do not have a Trojan account of these years. We have no diary, no royal inscription raised by whoever ruled Troy the Seventh, describing an enemy fleet on the horizon, or a siege that stretched across seasons. What we have is ash, and arrowheads, and sling bullets, and the particular specific dread of trying to reconstruct a story from its aftermath alone, the way you might try to understand an entire evening from nothing but the cold ashes left in a fireplace the next morning. There is another detail from this layer that I find myself returning to more than perhaps I should, and it concerns the timing. Around 1200 BCE, and continuing for roughly a century afterward, the entire eastern Mediterranean world experienced what historians now call the Late Bronze Age collapse, a widespread, poorly understood wave of destructions, migrations, and the fall of major political centres that swept across a huge arc of territory, from Mycenaean Greece through the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, and down into the Levant and Egypt's own borders, where Egyptian records speak, with evident anxiety, of mysterious raiders they called the Sea Peoples, arriving from the north and west in numbers large enough to threaten even a civilization as ancient and established as Egypt itself. Troy the Seventh's destruction sits almost precisely within this broader window of collapse, which raises a question that I think deserves to sit with you a while, unresolved, the way the best questions do. Was Troy's fall a single, discrete event, a war remembered and eventually mythologized because of its particular drama and its particular participants? Or was it one local instance of a much larger, much more systemic unravelling that swept across dozens of cities in these same decades, a collapse whose true cause is climate shifts, internal rebellions, the disruption of trade networks, waves of displaced people moving in search of new land, or some combination of all of these pressing together at once we are still, even now, working to understand? I do not think this question has a single, tidy answer waiting for us at the bottom of this mound. And I have to be honest with you about that, the way I want to be honest with you throughout this whole long walk through Troy's layers. What the ash tells us, what the arrowheads and the sling bullets and the hastily sunk storage jars tell us, is that something happened here, something violent, something the inhabitants of Troy the Seventh appear to have seen coming and prepared for as best they could, and something that, in the end, they did not survive in the form their city had taken. Whether that something was Engel, legendary siege, immortalized centuries later in hexameter verse by poets working in an oral tradition stretching back generations before Homer ever set the story down, or whether it was one local casualty of a much broader, much more anonymous collapse sweeping across the entire Bronze Age world. That is a question this story will keep circling, gently, from several more directions yet, before we let it rest. For now, I want you to hold this image, a room within the Citadel walls, a large storage jar sunk into its floor, ash settled over everything, in a layer that has not been disturbed, in most places, for well over 3,000 years. Whoever filled that jar with grain or oil or water, hoping it would carry their household through whatever was coming, never came back to empty it. And in that small, specific, unbearably human detail, a jar still half full when the excavators finally reached it, nearly 3,500 years later, there is a kind of grief that does not need a war to explain it, and does not need a name to be real. There is a photograph, well known to anyone who has spent time with this story, of a woman standing very still, dressed in an extraordinary array of gold jewellery, a diadem of hundreds of tiny linked gold pieces framing her face, long chains of gold beads hanging nearly to her waist, heavy earrings, bracelets stacked along both forearms. Her name was Sophia Schliemann, and the year was 1874, and the gold she is wearing in that photograph had, by her husband's account, been lifted from the earth of Hisarlik only months before, on a late spring morning in 1873, in circumstances that have been argued over, picked apart, and quietly doubted by scholars ever since. Heinrich Schliemann called what he found that day Priam's treasure, naming it, with characteristic confidence, after the legendary king of Troy who rules the city in Homer's Iliad. According to Schliemann's own account, he was working in a deep trench near what he believed to be the city wall when he spotted a glint of gold in the earth, and immediately this is his own telling of events. dismissed his workmen for a midday break so that he and Sophia alone could dig the hoard free with a knife, wrapping the pieces in Sophia's shawl and smuggling them away before anyone else could claim a share, since Ottoman law at the time required that a portion of any archaeological finds be surrendered to the Imperial Museum in Constantinople. I want to be honest with you about how much of that story does not hold up well under closer examination, because part of what makes Troy such a genuinely layered mystery is that some of its most famous chapters are not really mysteries about the Bronze Age at all, but mysteries about Schliemann himself, and about how much of what he told the world was careful observation, and how much was performance, embellishment, or outright invention in service of a story he desperately wanted to be true. Sophia Schliemann, it turns out, was almost certainly not even present in Turkey on the day the treasure was supposedly found later. Research into her travel records suggests she had returned to Athens weeks earlier to visit her family. The photograph of her wearing the jewels was staged afterward, a piece of theatre dressed up as documentation, and it worked exactly as intended. It became one of the most famous images in the history of archaeology, an image that told the world, instantly and unforgettably, that Homer's Troy and Homer's gold were real. But here is where the story deepens rather than resolves, because even setting aside the theatre of that photograph, the treasure itself is genuinely extraordinary and genuinely puzzling. The hoard Schliemann recovered, and later scholarship suggests he may have combined finds from several different locations and moments into a single narrative of discovery, which makes the archaeological context maddeningly unclear, included thousands of individual gold objects, beads, rings, bracelets, 2 diadems of extraordinary delicacy, along with silver vessels, bronze weapons, and a scattering of other precious materials. When later researchers were finally able to properly date the layer in which this material was actually found, using stratigraphic evidence Schliemann himself had been too hasty and too untrained to record carefully, they determined that the treasure belonged not to Troy VI or Zero Aravia, the layers associated with the Late Bronze Age and the possible historical war, but to Troy II, a much earlier city, destroyed by fire around 2300 BCE, more than 1,000 years before the events Homer's poem describes. This means that Schliemann's Priam's treasure almost certainly has nothing to do with Priam at all. It belongs to a king or a ruling family whose name has been entirely lost, who governed a smaller, earlier walled settlement on this same hill more than a millennium before the Troy of the Trojan War tradition existed in anything like the form the epic describes. And yet the treasure is not, for all that misattribution, any less remarkable as evidence of what this place was and what it meant across the full sweep of its long life. Even 1,000 years before the war Homer would eventually write about, whoever ruled this small fortified hill above the strait was wealthy enough, connected enough to networks of long-distance trade to accumulate several kilograms of worked gold, along with silver, at a time when metalworking of this sophistication was rare and precious, almost beyond our capacity to fully imagine today. Where did that gold come from? This is one of the quieter questions that has occupied archaeologists and metallurgists in the years since, and it points towards something important about Troy's place in the wider Bronze Age world, a place that has nothing to do with epic poetry and everything to do with trade. Analysis of the gold's composition suggests it was not sourced locally, but arrived through long-distance exchange networks stretching potentially as far as Central Asia, or through intermediary trade with regions bordering the Black Sea, brought south through exactly the strait that Troy itself controlled and watched over. Even 1,000 years before Homer's War, in other words, this hill was already a place where wealth passed through, where a strategic position at the mouth of a narrow, wind-dependent waterway translated, patiently, across generations, into gold. There is something in this that I want you to hold on to gently, because it reframes the whole question of Troy's fame in a useful way. We tend, understandably, to think of Troy primarily through the lens of the war, the wooden horse, the long siege, Achilles and Hector, Helen's face that launched 1,000 ships. But the treasure that first made Schliemann famous, that first convinced skeptical scholars in Europe that this hill deserved serious attention, belonged to a city that had nothing to do with that war at all, a city that lived, traded, prospered, and eventually burned more than 1,000 years before the events that would make its name immortal. Troy's importance was never really about a single war. It was about a position on the map that mattered, generation after generation, city after city, for nearly 3,000 years. Only one small slice of which involves the story most of us actually know. Let's turn now, gently, from gold to something quieter, something closer to the texture of ordinary days, because I think the human element of this mystery lives less in treasure than in the small, unglamorous traces of people simply living. Across the layers of Troy, excavators have recovered enormous quantities of everyday pottery cooking vessels blackened from use over open hearths, storage jars of every size, cups and bowls worn smooth along their rims from countless hands. They have found spindle whorls by the hundreds, the small weighted discs used to spin raw wool or flax into thread, evidence of the endless, patient, largely invisible labour of textile production that would have occupied a significant portion of the Citadel's population, likely mostly women and children, hour after hour, day after day, season after season. They have found loom weights in such quantity, particularly in certain buildings within the lower town, that some archaeologists have proposed the existence of something like organised workshops, textile production, on a scale beyond simple household need, possibly producing cloth as a trade good in its own right, adding one more thread quite literally to the economic web that made this hill worth building walls around in the first place. They have found children's toys, or objects archaeologists believe were likely toys, small clay figures, miniature vessels too small for practical use, the kind of object that a child in any century, any culture, might have carried in a small hand across a dirt floor, making up games we will never know the rules of. They have found the bones of animals, cattle, sheep, goats, pigs that tell us, through careful study of butchery marks and age at slaughter, something about diet, about herd management, about which animals were kept for years for their wool or their milk, and which were raised more quickly for meat. They have found fish bones and shellfish remains near the coast, evidence that despite Troy's position on a hill somewhat inland from the open sea, the people who lived here supplemented their diet with what the nearby waters offered, walking down to the shore, or to the river, with nets and baskets, on ordinary mornings that no epic poem would ever think to mention. I keep returning to this idea, the idea that runs quietly beneath everything I have told you so far, that the story we know, the story of Priam and Helen and Achilles and the horse, is only the loudest, most dramatic thread in a much longer, much quieter tapestry. For every year of war this hill may or may not have actually witnessed, there were centuries of ordinary mornings spinning thread, tending sheep, mending nets, filling storage jars, watching children play with small clay toys on packed earth floors, waiting for the warm spring or the cold spring, whichever tradition you believe, to fill again with the sound of women washing cloth. That is the human element of Troy, underneath the gold, underneath the walls, underneath even the war that made this hill famous. It is the accumulated weight of thousands of ordinary lives, most of them entirely unrecorded, all of them just as real, just as full, in their own time, as any heroes. And that, I think, is worth carrying with you as we turn now to the question this whole story keeps circling back toward, gently, from every direction, the question of what, exactly, the people of this hill were afraid of in that final, uncertain century, before the ash finally settled over everything they had built. If you're using this to fall asleep, that's exactly why I make these videos. Maybe subscribe and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. I always read the comments, and it's fascinating to see people from all over the world drifting off to the same old stone, the same old questions. Anyway, back to the mystery. I want to ask you something now, quietly, the kind of question that does not need an urgent answer tonight, or possibly ever. What does it actually mean, in practical terms, for a Bronze Age city to be under siege for 9 years? Because that is the number the tradition gives us. 9 years of war outside these walls before the 10th year finally brought the city down, and it is worth sitting with that number a while, testing it against what we actually know about how warfare worked in this part of the world, in this particular slice of the 2nd millennium BCE, before we decide how much weight it can bear. Bronze Age warfare in the Eastern Mediterranean, as far as archaeologists and historians have been able to reconstruct it from surviving texts, images and physical evidence, did not typically resemble the grinding, static siege we might imagine from later periods of history, armies dug into trenches for years on end. Sieges of Bronze Age cities were usually shorter, often seasonal, constrained by the practical realities of feeding an army that had no modern supply chain, no ability to bring food and reinforcements across long distances reliably through anything but the same slow ships and ox carts that moved everything else in this world. An army camped outside a city's walls needed to eat, and unless that army had control of substantial farmland nearby, or a fleet capable of regularly resupplying it from distant harvests, a siege lasting years rather than weeks or months would have been an extraordinary, almost unprecedented logistical achievement. This is one of the details that has made some historians skeptical of taking the 9-year siege literally, and I think their skepticism deserves real consideration rather than quick dismissal, because it is grounded in something more solid than mere doubt. It is grounded in the practical mathematics of feeding thousands of armed men for thousands of days in a world without refrigeration, without reliable long-distance grain transport on the scale that would be needed, without any of the infrastructure that later, much later, would make truly protracted sieges logistically possible. Some scholars have proposed that if a historical conflict at Troy did occur, it may have consisted not of one continuous 9-year siege, but of a series of separate raiding campaigns, seasonal in nature, launched year after year against Troy and the surrounding region, campaigns that oral tradition, over the centuries between the events themselves and Homer, finally shaping them into verse, gradually compressed and simplified into the single sustained 10-year war the poem describes. I find this idea, honestly, rather moving, once you sit with it a while, because it does not diminish the human reality behind the story at all. It simply relocates it. Imagine, instead of one unbroken decade of siege, a pattern repeated across 9 successive years, ships arriving each spring or summer, when the sailing season allowed safe passage across the Aegean, raiding parties landing on the plain below Troy's walls, burning fields, seizing livestock, perhaps besieging the city itself for a season before withdrawing when supplies ran low or the weather turned, only to return again the following year. That pattern, recurring seasonal violence, rather than one unbroken siege, fits far more comfortably with what we know about Bronze Age military logistics, and it would still, from the perspective of the people actually living inside those walls, have felt very much like 9 years of war, 9 years of watching the horizon each spring, with the particular dread of not knowing whether this would be the year the ships returned. 9 years of rebuilding burned fields, of mourning losses, of wondering whether next year's harvest would be enough, whether the tradition compressed 9 separate seasons of raiding into 9 unbroken years of siege, or whether some other historical reality entirely lies beneath the poem's account. The emotional truth of prolonged, recurring dread may be exactly what the memory preserved, even if the precise military mechanics were softened and simplified somewhere along the long chain of storytellers between the event and the page. What, then, would an enemy capable of mounting this kind of sustained pressure against Troy actually have looked like? Here the evidence, both textual and archaeological, points in a direction that I think deserves careful, unhurried attention, because it involves a civilization we have not yet spent much time with in this story. The Mycenaean Greeks, the Bronze Age palace culture centered on mainland Greece and Crete, whose great citadels at Mycenae, Tiryns and Pylos have themselves been extensively excavated, revealing a society of considerable wealth, military organization, and crucially maritime capability. Mycenaean pottery has been found at Troy in significant quantities across several of its late Bronze Age layers, evidence of ongoing trade contact and possibly cultural exchange between this fortified city on the Anatolian coast and the palace societies across the Aegean. Trade contact, of course, does not automatically imply conflict, and it would be a mistake to read every trace of Mycenaean pottery and Trojan soil as evidence of impending war. But it does tell us something important. These two worlds, Mycenaean Greece and late Bronze Age Troy, were not strangers to each other. They were connected by sea, by trade, by whatever combination of alliance, rivalry and opportunism typically characterizes relationships between neighboring powers separated by water rather than land, and where there is sustained contact between two ambitious, organized, maritime-capable societies competing for control of trade routes and resources. History, not just Bronze Age history, but history in almost every period we have record of, tends to eventually produce conflict, whether through formal declared war or through the kind of opportunistic raiding that blurs easily into piracy. protection rackets, and the slow escalation of grievance into open hostility. There is another piece of evidence I want to bring into this part of the story now, carefully, because it comes not from Greek tradition at all, but from an entirely different archive, one that survived not through the fragile, centuries-long thread of oral poetry, but through the far more durable medium of clay tablets, baked hard and buried in the ruins of a Hittite palace. The Hittite Empire, the great Bronze Age power that controlled much of central Anatolia during this same period, maintained an extensive royal archive at its capital, Hattusa, and among the thousands of surviving tablets recovered from that archive by archaeologists over the past century are documents that mention a place called Wilusa and a kingdom, sometimes friendly, sometimes troublesome, called Ahiawa. I want to introduce these names to you gently, because I know they are unfamiliar, and because the scholarly argument over what they mean has occupied serious historians and linguists for the better part of a century now, without arriving at complete, unanimous consensus, though the weight of expert opinion has shifted considerably over recent decades toward an interpretation that, if correct, changes this entire story in a way I find genuinely remarkable. We will spend real, unhurried time with Wilusa and Ahiawa soon, when we turn to the mythological and textual theories that try to explain what happened on this hill. For now, I want only to plant the seed of it, the way you might plant a seed in the last light of evening, trusting that it will still be there, quietly growing, when you return to it tomorrow. What I want to leave you with here, in this act of the story, is a picture of a city that appears, in its final late Bronze Age phase, to have been living with a low, persistent, background awareness of threat. The densely packed storage jars sunk into ordinary floors, the deep shafts possibly dug to secure water independent of external springs, the arrowheads and sling bullets scattered through the final destruction layer, the wide, complex network of trade and contact connecting this hill to Mycenaean Greece across the water and to the Hittite Empire inland, any strand of which could, under the right pressures, under a bad harvest, under a succession dispute, under simple opportunistic ambition, tighten into conflict. Troy in its final century does not read, in the archaeological record, like a city caught entirely by surprise. It reads like a city that had learned, through long experience, to watch the horizon each spring and to brace, quietly, every single year, for whatever the sailing season might bring. There is a particular kind of fear that comes from a threat you cannot see coming, cannot negotiate with, cannot placate with tribute or treaty or the marriage of a daughter to a rival prince. War, for all its horror, is at least a human thing, born of human decisions, capable in principle of being avoided by different human choices made earlier. The earth moving beneath your feet is not like that. It offers no warning worth trusting, no messenger riding ahead to announce its arrival, no walls, however tall, however carefully built, that can simply refuse it entry. I want to spend real time with this theory now, because I think it deserves the same patient, careful attention as the more dramatic possibility of war, and because understanding it will change the way you picture everything else in this story. The region around Troy sits within one of the most seismically active zones in the entire Mediterranean world. The North Anatolian Fault, one of the major tectonic boundaries running through modern Turkey, has produced some of the most devastating earthquakes in recorded history, including, in more recent memory, catastrophic events in the 20th century that leveled entire cities within seconds. This is not a stable landscape that occasionally, unluckily, experiences tremors. This is a landscape shaped, continuously, across geological time, by the grinding, restless movement of tectonic plates meeting beneath the soil that Troy's builders quarried their limestone from, and it would be genuinely surprising, given this seismic history, if a city occupied continuously for nearly 3,000 years had never once experienced a major, destructive earthquake during its long life. Carl Blegen, whose careful excavations at Troy in the 1930s did more than almost anyone else's work to establish the detailed stratigraphic sequence archaeologists still rely on today, became convinced, after years of close study, that the destruction of Troy VI was the result of exactly this kind of catastrophic seismic event rather than warfare. His reasoning drew on several specific pieces of physical evidence that, taken together, form a genuinely compelling case. Sections of the Troy VI fortification wall particularly along its eastern stretch, show a distinctive pattern of damage, cracking and displacement, consistent with the wall having been shaken and toppled by ground movement, rather than deliberately breached or demolished by an attacking army wielding battering rams or siege equipment, tools that, in any case, are not well attested in the archaeological or textual record for this particular period and region. I want you to picture what an earthquake of significant magnitude would actually have felt like, from inside these walls, on whatever ordinary night or ordinary afternoon it eventually arrived, because I think the physical reality of it deserves the same careful, sensory attention we have given to the walls, and the gate, and the storage jars. A city built largely of mud brick atop stone foundations, on terraced ground cut and built up across generations, is a city particularly vulnerable to seismic shaking. Mud brick, for all its practicality and low cost, has almost none of the structural flexibility that allows some building materials to bend and sway with the ground rather than crack and collapse. In a major earthquake, walls like these would not merely crack. They would come down in places all at once, burying whoever happened to be inside or nearby, beneath tons of collapsing brick and stone, in the space of what geologists tell us is often less than a single minute, sometimes only a matter of seconds. Blegan's excavations uncovered what he interpreted as evidence consistent with exactly this kind of sudden catastrophe, including what he described as a human skeleton found in a position suggesting the person had been caught, without warning, by falling debris, unable to flee. I want to be careful here, the way I have tried to be careful throughout this story, because the interpretation of a single set of remains found in a specific position, excavated nearly a century ago, using methods considerably less rigorous than what modern archaeology would demand, cannot bear the full weight of an entire theory on its own. But taken alongside the pattern of wall damage, the tilted architectural elements, the debris consistent with sudden structural collapse rather than the slower, more deliberate destruction typically associated with human demolition, or the aftermath of a successfully breached siege, the earthquake theory for the end of Troy VI has remained, across nearly a century of subsequent research and continued excavation, one of the most seriously considered explanations for this particular layer's dramatic end. There is something almost gentle, in a strange way, about this theory, even though the event it describes was anything but gentle for the people who lived through it. It removes blame, removes enemies, removes the whole apparatus of siege and war and human cruelty that the more famous story insists upon, and replaces it with something closer to simple, indifferent natural process, tectonic plates, grinding slowly against each other for millennia, finally releasing accumulated pressure in a matter of seconds, with no more intention behind the devastation than a wave has intention when it finally topples a sandcastle built too close to the tide. The walls that took a generation to raise, the terraces cut so carefully into the hillside, the deep water shafts dug in patient anticipation of siege, none of it mattered, in the end, against a threat that came not from across the water, but from directly beneath everyone's feet. And yet, and here is where the mystery, once again, refuses to resolve itself into a single tidy answer. Even if an earthquake did bring down significant portions of Troy VI around 1300 BCE, this cannot, on its own, fully account for everything the archaeological record shows us. An earthquake explains toppled walls and crushed structures. It does not, on its own, explain arrowheads and sling bullets embedded in a destruction layer, weapons that do not fall from the sky or emerge from cracked earth but that require a hand and an intention to fire them at another human being. Those weapons belong primarily to the later destruction, the end of Troy VII around 1180 BCE, a full century or more after the earthquake that Blegan believed ended Troy VI. This raises the genuinely interesting possibility, one that several archaeologists have argued for, cautiously, over recent decades, that this hill did not experience a single dramatic catastrophe, war or earthquake, that has since been simplified by 3,000 years of retelling into one clean story, but rather a sequence of separate disasters, natural and human, layered one atop another, each with its own cause, each contributing its own scar to a mound that had already, by this point in its long history, survived a great deal. Consider for a moment what it might have meant for the people rebuilding Troy VII atop the ruins of an earthquake-shattered Troy VI, if that sequence of events is correct. They were not building on untouched, fortunate ground. They were building atop a recent catastrophe, on foundations that had already proven vulnerable to the restless ground beneath them, in a region where they knew, from the recent memory of their parents or grandparents, that the earth itself could turn against them without warning. And it was this same rebuilt, still recovering city, according to this sequence of events, that then faced whatever combination of raiding, siege, and organized violence eventually produced the arrowheads and sling bullets found scattered through its own final ash. A city, in other words, that may never have fully recovered its strength before the second disaster arrived, its walls perhaps still showing the scars and hasty repairs of the earlier earthquake when new threats began gathering across the water. This layered sequence, earthquake first, war later, separated by perhaps a full century of rebuilding and quiet recovery, offers, I think, a more honest, more complicated picture than either theory can provide, entirely on its own. It resists the satisfying simplicity of a single cause, a single villain, a single dramatic night that explains everything the mound preserves. But I think there is something valuable in resisting that simplicity, something that respects the actual, lived complexity of a place occupied continuously for 3,000 years, a place that would, almost inevitably, have experienced multiple disasters across that span, natural and human both, each one leaving its own particular signature in the layers of ash and collapsed brick that Schliemann and Dörpfeld and Bliegen and Kaufmann and all the careful excavators who came after them spent their careers slowly, patiently learning to read. I want to mention one more thread here, gently, before we move on, because it connects this theory of natural catastrophe to something larger happening across the entire Late Bronze Age world during exactly this period. Some researchers studying the broader collapse that swept the eastern Mediterranean around 1200 BCE and afterward have proposed that a series of major earthquakes, sometimes called earthquake storms by seismologists, clusters of significant seismic events occurring in relatively close succession along connected fault systems, may have struck multiple major cities across the region within a relatively compressed span of decades, contributing to a broader pattern of destruction and societal stress that also included drought, famine, and disrupted trade networks, all of it compounding together, each crisis making the others harder to survive, in a way that should by now, in this story, begin to feel unsettlingly familiar to anything you might have learned about how compounding disasters tend to work in any century, in any part of the world. Whether Troy's own two great Late Bronze Age destructions belong to this same broader pattern of seismic stress sweeping the region, or whether they represent something more locally specific, is a question that continues to occupy researchers working with increasingly sophisticated tools, soil analysis, precise radiocarbon dating, comparative studies of destruction layers at other contemporary sites across Anatolia and the Aegean. What remains clear, and what I want you to carry forward with you as we turn now toward the mythological and textual evidence, is this. The ground beneath Troy was never simply passive scenery for whatever human drama played out above it. It was, and remains, a genuinely restless, genuinely dangerous presence in its own right, capable of ending, in a matter of seconds, what generations of patient human labour had taken decades to build. Whatever else happened on this hill, whatever human conflicts eventually found their way into legend and poetry, the earth itself was always, quietly, part of the story too. I want to bring you now to a different kind of evidence entirely. Evidence made not of ash or stone or the quiet, patient labour of human hands, but of words written nearly 3,500 years ago in a script most of us would not recognise, on tablets of clay that somebody, at some point, deliberately baked hard enough to survive the collapse of the palace that housed them, whether by accident or by some early, half-conscious instinct that these words deserved to outlast their moment. This is the realm of myth and text, and I want to walk through it slowly, because it is here, more than almost anywhere else in this story, that the line between legend and history becomes genuinely, productively blurred. Let's begin with the poem itself, the one most of us already carry some fragment of, whether we know it or not, the Iliad, attributed to Homer, composed, as far as scholars can determine, sometime around the 8th century BCE, though drawing on a much older oral tradition of storytelling and poetry that likely stretched back centuries before that, generation after generation of singers passing the story down by memory alone, refining it, reshaping it, adding and subtracting details, long before anyone thought to write any of it down. The Iliad does not, in fact, tell the whole story of the Trojan War that most of us think we know. It covers only a few weeks near the end of the 10th year of the conflict, focused tightly on the wrath of Achilles, and it assumes, throughout, that its original audience already knew the broader story. The judgment of Paris, the abduction or elopement of Helen, the gathering of the Greek fleet, the sacrifice of Iphigenia, the wooden horse, the sack of the city, all of which survive to us mainly through other, later sources, other poems now mostly lost except in fragments and summaries, other plays, other retellings across the centuries of Greek and Roman literature that followed. For a long time, the scholarly consensus, particularly through the 18th and much of the 19th century, treated all of this as pure literary invention, poetic imagination with no more historical basis than any other myth involving gods intervening directly in human affairs, rivers that could speak, and a horse with an army hidden inside its wooden belly. This was the world Schliemann entered when he insisted, against the confident dismissal of most professional scholars of his era, that there was a real place, and possibly a real war, hiding beneath the poetry. And whatever else we say about Schliemann's methods, whatever damage his impatient early trenches did to the layers he tore through in his hurry to reach what he imagined was the bottom, his basic instinct that this poem, however transformed by centuries of oral retelling, might preserve some genuine kernel of historical memory, has, in the century and a half since, been taken far more seriously by professional historians and archaeologists than almost anyone in his own lifetime was willing to admit. Part of what changed this scholarly picture came not from Greece at all, but from an entirely different archive, discovered decades after Schliemann's death, in the ruins of a Hittite palace at Hattusa, in the heart of what is now central Turkey. Beginning in the early 20th century, and continuing across decades of subsequent excavation and painstaking translation work, archaeologists and linguists recovered thousands of clay tablets from this site, written mostly in Hittite, the language of one of the great imperial powers of the late Bronze Age, a civilization whose territory at its height stretched across much of Anatolia and into parts of the Levant, rivaling Egypt itself in military and political influence during this period. Among these tablets, scholars found repeated references to a place called Wilusa, described in various diplomatic and treaty documents as a kingdom located in the northwestern part of Anatolia, along the coast, in a position that corresponds, with striking geographic consistency, to exactly where Troy sits. One particularly significant document, known to scholars as the Alexandru Treaty, records a formal agreement made between the Hittite king Muwatalli II, who ruled in the early 13th century BCE, and a ruler of Wilusa named Alexandru. I want you to sit with that name for a moment, gently, because the linguistic resemblance between Alexandru and Alexandros, which is, in fact, another name for Paris, the Trojan prince, whose actions set the entire war in motion in Homer's version of events, has struck linguists and historians as too close to be easily dismissed as pure coincidence, though I want to be careful, as always, not to overstate what a single name resemblance can prove on its own. The treaty itself is a fairly typical piece of Bronze Age diplomacy, establishing mutual obligations between the Hittite king and his vassal ruler at Wilusa, including provisions for military support in case of external threat, the kind of document that great powers of this era regularly negotiated with smaller kingdoms along their contested borders, offering protection in exchange for loyalty and tribute. It tells us, at minimum, that Wilusa was a real functioning political entity in the 13th century BCE, important enough to warrant a formal treaty with one of the era's great empires, situated in a location matching Troy's, and ruled, at least at the moment this particular treaty was drawn up, by someone whose name echoes, faintly but unmistakably, across more than 3,000 years, into the pages of Homer. But Wilusa is only half of this textual puzzle. The other half concerns a term that appears repeatedly throughout the Hittite archive, in various diplomatic and even occasionally hostile contexts, Ahiyawa. Scholars have debated the identity of Ahiyawa for the better part of a century, but the interpretation that has gained the widest, though still not universal, acceptance in recent decades identifies Ahiawa with the Mycenaean Greek world, the very same Bronze Age Greek civilization whose pottery we have already found scattered across Troy's layers, whose great citadels at Mycenae and Pylos and Tiryns represent one of the major political and military powers of this entire region during this period. The linguistic argument rests on Ahiawa's resemblance to Achaia, an early form of the name Achaeans, which is, notably, one of the primary names Homer uses throughout the Iliad to refer to the Greek forces besieging Troy, not Greeks, a term that comes into use much later, but Achaeans, again and again, throughout the poem. If this identification is correct, and I want to be honest that scholarly debate over its precise details continues even now, then the Hittite archive preserves something genuinely remarkable. Independent, contemporary, non-Greek textual evidence that a kingdom called Wilusa, in exactly the location where Troy stands, maintained diplomatic and sometimes tense relations with a power called Ahiawa, plausibly identifiable with the Mycenaean Greek world, during precisely the century when Troy VI fell and Troy VII was built, rebuilt, and eventually burned in its turn. Several other Hittite documents from this same period mention disputes, sometimes involving Ahiawan interference or aggression in coastal territories of western Anatolia, including at least one letter, fragmentary and frustratingly incomplete, that appears to reference past hostilities involving Wilusa specifically. I do not want to overstate what this evidence proves, because that would be a disservice to the genuine careful uncertainty that honest scholarship requires, and because I think the mystery is more honestly served by sitting with ambiguity than by rushing toward a conclusion the evidence cannot fully support. These tablets do not mention a 10-year siege. They do not mention Helen, or Achilles, or a wooden horse, or any of the specific dramatic events that make Homer's poem the story we actually remember and love. What they offer is something quieter, and in some ways more valuable, confirmation that the basic political geography underlying the legend was real. A kingdom at Troy's location, named something very close to names preserved in later Greek tradition for both the city and one of its princes. A powerful maritime rival across the water, named something very close to the term Homer's Greeks used for themselves. A pattern of diplomatic tension, and at least occasional outright conflict between these two powers, recorded not by poets working centuries later from fading oral memory, but by contemporary scribes writing in real time for entirely practical, bureaucratic purposes that had nothing to do with legend-making at all. This is, I think, the quiet, unglamorous magic of this particular thread in the larger mystery. Myths are rarely pure invention, springing from nothing. They are far more often distorted, dramatized, compressed reflections of something that actually happened, reshaped across generations of retelling, until the original event becomes almost unrecognizable beneath the poetry that eventually grew up around it. The way a pearl grows, layer by patient layer, around a grain of sand so small that by the time the pearl is finished, you would never guess, just from looking at it, what tiny, ordinary irritant it once was. The Trojan War, as Homer tells it, with its meddling gods, its single combats between named heroes, its 10 years compressed from what may have actually been a longer, messier pattern of seasonal raiding and diplomatic tension stretching across generations, is almost certainly not a literal historical record. But beneath that poetry, in the careful, patient cross-referencing of Hittite treaty tablets against Trojan destruction layers, against Mycenaean pottery scattered through Troy's ruins, something that looks remarkably like a genuine grain of historical sand begins, slowly, to come into focus. I want to leave you, at the end of this particular thread, with an image that has stayed with me since I first learned about it, and that I suspect will stay with you too, in whatever quiet hour you happen to be hearing this, somewhere in the ruins of Hattusa, the Hittite capital, in a room that eventually burned along with the rest of that great palace sometime in this same turbulent period of collapse that also claimed Troy. A scribe once sat with a stylus and a slab of wet clay, recording, in careful official language, the formal terms of a treaty with a ruler named Alexandu of a place called Wilusa. That scribe had no way of knowing that the clay he was inscribing would survive the fire that eventually consumed the archive around him, would lie buried and forgotten for more than 3,000 years. and would finally be lifted from the earth by archaeologists working in a country that would not exist under that name until millennia after his own kingdom had crumbled into dust. He had no way of knowing that his careful bureaucratic record would someday be read as evidence, however partial, however contested, for one of the oldest and most beloved stories our civilization has ever told. He was only doing his job on an ordinary afternoon in a palace that felt, to him, permanent. And in that quiet, unglamorous permanence, accidentally achieved, lies one of the strangest and most moving truths this whole mystery has to offer. Sometimes the words that matter most are not the ones written to be remembered, but the ones written simply to be true, on a day their author never imagined anyone else would ever need to read. There is one more explanation to sit with now, the one that has always carried the most weight in popular imagination, the one Homer himself chose, out of everything he might have told, to build his entire epic around. Human beings deciding, for reasons of pride, or greed, or grievance, or simple opportunism, to sail across open water toward a walled city that did not belong to them, and to keep coming back, year after year, until the walls finally gave way. I want to walk through this theory carefully now, weighing what the archaeology actually supports against what remains, honestly, closer to informed speculation, because I think this mystery deserves that honesty more than it deserves a satisfying, tidy villain. We have already gathered several threads that point in this direction, and I want to draw them together now, gently, the way you might draw several loose threads of the same colour into a single strand, before deciding whether they are strong enough, together, to bear real weight. We have the arrowheads and sling bullets scattered through the destruction layer of Troy VII, weapons that require human hands and human intention, evidence that cannot be explained by an earthquake alone, however catastrophic. We have the dense concentration of storage jars sunk into the floors of ordinary houses during this same phase, suggesting a population bracing itself consciously for prolonged difficulty, the kind of difficulty that a siege, rather than a single sudden natural disaster, would actually produce. We have the Hittite archive, with its treaty naming a ruler called Alexandu at a kingdom called Wilusa, and its recurring, sometimes tense references to a rival power called Ahiawa, plausibly identifiable with the Mycenaean Greek world whose pottery turns up, layer after layer, in Troy's own soil. And we have Mycenaean Greece itself, a genuinely wealthy, genuinely militarized Bronze Age society, whose own great citadels Mycenae, with its massive lion gate and its shaft graves full of gold masks and inlaid daggers, Pylos, with its extensive administrative archive of Linear B tablets recording, in exhaustive bureaucratic detail, everything from grain stores to the organization of rowers for its ships, show every sign of a civilization with both the wealth and the naval capability to mount exactly the kind of sustained maritime pressure against a rival, coastal power that this story requires. Let's spend a while with Mycenae itself, because I think understanding the attacker as much as we understand the defender deepens rather than resolves this mystery, in a way I find genuinely valuable. Mycenaean palace society, at its height in the 13th century BCE, was organized around a small number of major fortified centers, each ruled by a king, the surviving Linear B tablets call a wanax, supported by an elaborate administrative bureaucracy that tracked, in meticulous detail, agricultural production, textile manufacture, religious offerings, and, significantly for our purposes, military organization, including specific records of rowers assigned to specific ships, coastal watch duties, and the movement of bronze, the critical, strategically vital metal of this entire era, without which neither weapons nor many essential tools could be made. Bronze, in fact, is worth pausing on, because it may hold one of the quieter, more practical motives behind whatever conflict eventually consumed Troy. Bronze requires two components to manufacture: copper, relatively widely available across the Mediterranean and Near East, and tin, considerably rarer, sourced during this period from a small number of distant locations, likely including areas in Central Asia and possibly parts of Western Europe, and transported across enormous distances along trade networks that historians are still working to fully map. Control over the routes along which tin moved toward the workshops of the great Bronze Age palaces was, in a very real sense, control over the ability to arm an army, and Troy's position at the mouth of the Dardanelles placed it directly astride one of the plausible routes by which tin and other goods moving between the Black Sea region and the wider Mediterranean world would have had to pass. This gives us a motive that requires no gods, no abducted queen, no wounded royal pride at all, simply the cold, practical calculation of a wealthy, militarized rival power, recognizing that whoever controlled this narrow stretch of water controlled something genuinely valuable, and deciding, across years or even generations of accumulated frustration with tolls, or unfavorable trade terms, or simple opportunistic greed, that direct control, seized by force, might serve their interests better than continued negotiation with an independent Trojan ruling family. I do not offer this as certain history. I offer it as the kind of quiet, unglamorous motive that so often lies beneath the more dramatic stories later generations prefer to tell about themselves. Not a queen's face launching 1,000 ships, but a strategic choke point on a trade route, calculated, coveted, and eventually contested by force. And yet I want to be honest with you about the limits of this theory too, because even taken together, all of this evidence, the weapons, the storage jars, the Hittite tablets, the Mycenaean pottery, the plausible economic motive of controlling a strategic waterway does not add up to definitive proof of a single specific war, fought for a decade, ending in the specific dramatic manner Homer describes, complete with a hollow wooden horse smuggled through gates that had, by every account, held firm against direct assault for years. No trace of anything resembling a large wooden horse, or evidence of the kind of ruse it represents, has ever been found in the archaeological record, nor could we reasonably expect it to have survived, even if such a device had genuinely existed, since wood decays and leaves little trace across 3,500 years in most burial conditions. The horse itself may be pure poetic invention, a dramatic flourish added by storytellers working centuries after the actual events, needing a satisfying, decisive climax for a war that in reality may have ended far less dramatically through negotiated surrender, through slow attrition, through internal collapse within the city itself as prolonged pressure finally exhausted its defenders' will or resources, rather than through any single clever, unforgettable trick. What I find myself circling toward, the longer I spend with all three of these theories together, is not a single winner among them, but a recognition that they may not, in fact, be competing explanations at all. Consider, gently, how these threads might weave together rather than cancel each other out. Perhaps a major earthquake did strike Troy VI around 1300 BCE, toppling walls that had stood for generations, killing some number of the city's inhabitants outright and leaving the survivors to rebuild, hastily atop the rubble, in a settlement we called Troy VII. Perhaps that rebuilt city, weakened by the earthquake's damage, by the loss of population, by the disruption to trade and agriculture that any major natural disaster produces, was left more vulnerable than its predecessor, to exactly the kind of external pressure that a wealthy, opportunistic Mycenaean power, watching from across the water, might have recognized and exploited. Perhaps the sequence of seasonal raids or sustained siege that eventually produced the arrowheads and sling bullets in Troy VII's final ash was not an isolated, freestanding war at all, but the final, decisive stage of a longer process of decline that began not with an army but with the ground itself shifting beneath a proud, ancient city's foundations, more than a century before the last arrow was ever fired. This layered compound explanation may lack the clean, dramatic satisfaction of a single cause, a single villain, a single unforgettable night when the horse's belly finally opened and Greek soldiers spilled out into streets lit by their own approaching fire. But I think it may be closer to something honest about how disasters actually unfold, in any century, in any place, rarely through one clean cause acting alone, but through the compounding weight of multiple pressures arriving in sequence, each one weakening the resistance available for whatever comes next, until a city, or a civilization, or a person finally reaches a point where even manageable difficulties become, together, unsurvivable. And this brings us, gently, to something larger than Troy alone, because the pattern I have just described, earthquake, followed by weakened recovery, followed by renewed external pressure exploiting that weakness, followed finally by collapse echoes, almost precisely what historians now understand about the broader Late Bronze Age collapse. sweeping across the entire eastern Mediterranean during exactly this same window of decades, roughly 1200 to 1150 BCE. Great Mycenaean citadels themselves, including Mycenae and Tiryns, the very cities that may have sent ships against Troy, were themselves destroyed or abandoned within this same turbulent century. The mighty Hittite Empire, whose king once signed a formal treaty with a ruler of Walusa, collapsed entirely. Its capital at Hattusa burned and abandoned, never to be reoccupied as an imperial centre again. Even Egypt, the most stable and enduring power in the entire ancient Near East, faced repeated invasions during this period by the mysterious sea peoples, coalitions of raiders whose exact origins remain debated, but who Egyptian sources describe, with evident anxiety, as arriving from across the northern Mediterranean in numbers large enough to genuinely threaten the pharaoh's own borders. Some scholars have proposed that these sea peoples may themselves have included displaced populations fleeing exactly the kind of compounding disasters we have just traced through Troy's own layers: earthquakes, drought, failed harvests, and the collapse of the very trade networks that had sustained Bronze Age prosperity for centuries, all arriving together within a devastatingly short window of time, setting entire populations in motion across the Mediterranean in search of land and resources that their own collapsing homelands could no longer provide. If this broader picture is even approximately correct, then Troy's own fall, whatever combination of earthquake and human violence actually brought it about, was not an isolated tragedy at all. It was one local chapter, however dramatically remembered, within a much larger unravelling that swept away, within the space of a single difficult century, nearly every great power the Bronze Age world had spent 1,000 years carefully building. I want to leave this particular thread here, unresolved in its finest details, the way I think honest history so often has to remain, and let you sit, instead, with the larger shape of what all three theories, taken together, actually suggest. This was not a simple story. It was not one villain, one war, one wooden horse, one triumphant dawn when Greek soldiers finally spilled out into burning streets. It was, more likely, a long, slow accumulation of pressures, geological, economic, political, military, arriving in a sequence no single person living through any part of it could have fully understood, each pressure making the next harder to survive, until a city that had stood, in one form or another, for nearly 3,000 years, finally reached a point from which this particular, magnificent, walled version of itself would never rise again. I want to slow down even further now, because we have covered a great deal of ground together. Walls, gates, gold, ash, earthquakes, treaties, ships, and I think this is the moment in the story where it becomes worth asking not just what happened on this hill, but what it means that we still care so much about finding out. Consider, for a moment, how strange it actually is that a small fortified settlement on the northwestern coast of Anatolia, one among hundreds of similar Bronze Age towns scattered across this same broad region, most of which have vanished so completely from human memory that we do not even know what their inhabitants called them, should have become one of the most excavated, most argued over, most written about archaeological sites on the entire planet. Most Bronze Age cities simply fell and stayed fallen, their names forgotten along with their walls, remembered by no one, mourned by no one, because there was no poet, working in an unbroken oral tradition, stretching back centuries, who happened to choose their particular fall as the subject of the story that would eventually become foundational to an entire civilization's sense of itself. Troy survived, in memory if nowhere else, because of poetry, not because its walls were taller than any other Bronze Age city's walls, though they were genuinely impressive, not because its destruction was more violent than countless other cities that burned during this same turbulent stretch of collapse sweeping the late Bronze Age world, though it was certainly violent enough. Troy survived because somewhere, sometime, in the centuries after whatever actually happened on this hill, storytellers began weaving the memory of it into song, and those songs were good enough, moving enough, true enough to something essential in human experience: pride, loss, love, grief, the particular terror of watching a home you cannot protect finally fall, that later generations kept singing them, kept refining them, kept passing them down, until eventually, centuries later, someone we call Homer, gathered that long inherited tradition and shaped it into the form we still read today. This is worth sitting with, gently, because it tells us something important about what actually endures across the vast, indifferent span of historical time. It is not size that guarantees memory. It is not wealth, or military power, or even the sheer scale of tragedy involved. What endures, more often than any of these things, is story, the particular, fragile human act of telling and retelling, generation after generation, until something that began as a specific, local, historical event becomes something larger, a shared cultural inheritance, a way of thinking about war and pride and loss that outlives every specific detail of what actually happened, outlives even the very language the story was first told in, outlives the walls themselves, which crumbled and were buried and forgotten for nearly 3,000 years, while the story, carried by nothing more solid than human voice and human memory, somehow never stopped being told. There is a particular kind of comfort in that, I think, even though the story of Troy is, at its heart, a story about devastating loss. The walls fell, the gold was buried, and its makers forgotten. The city itself was destroyed, rebuilt, destroyed again, in a cycle that repeated across millennia, until even the name Ilion, the Greek name for the city in its latest incarnations, eventually faded from common use, and the hill became simply Hisarlik, a place local farmers walked past without any particular sense that anything remarkable lay beneath their feet. And yet the story survived all of that. The story outlasted the walls, outlasted the gold, outlasted every specific detail of the actual historical events that likely inspired it, because human beings, across 3,000 years and dozens of generations, kept finding something in it worth carrying forward. I want to bring you back, now, to Schliemann himself for a moment, because I think his own story, flawed and complicated as it undeniably was, is itself a small, strange echo of this same larger pattern. Here was a man with no formal archaeological training, whose methods, judged by the standards that would develop in the decades and generations after his death, were often genuinely destructive. His early trenches, cut with more enthusiasm than care, tore through layers that later, more patient excavators would have given almost anything to examine intact, and it is entirely possible, even likely, that some of the most crucial evidence for understanding Troy VI and its relationship to the Homeric tradition was damaged or entirely destroyed in Schliemann's initial, impatient rush to reach what he believed was the earliest, most authentically Homeric layer at the very bottom of the mound. And yet, without that same impatient, flawed, deeply human obsession, it is entirely possible this hill would still be nothing more than an unremarkable rise in a Turkish farmer's field, its 9 buried cities still sleeping undisturbed beneath the grass, unknown, unexcavated, its story never connected in the scholarly imagination to the poem that had, by Schliemann's time, been treated as pure literary fiction for so many generations that almost no one with any formal academic standing was willing to seriously entertain the possibility that a real place, a real war, however transformed by poetry, might lie behind it. Schliemann was wrong about a great many specific things, wrong about which layer represented Homer's Troy, wrong about the treasure he called Priam's, wrong, quite possibly, in the very story he told about how and when he found it. But he was right about something larger, something that mattered more than any single detail he got wrong, that the poem was not pure invention, that there was, somewhere beneath the soil of this particular corner of the world, something real waiting to be found. That instinct, however clumsily and destructively he acted on it, opened a door that more careful, more patient, more scientifically rigorous archaeologists have been walking through, generation after generation, ever since correcting his errors, reassessing his claims, but never once abandoning the fundamental premise he insisted on against the confident dismissal of his own era's experts. I think this matters, because it complicates the easy story we might otherwise tell about discovery. The idea that truth is uncovered cleanly, carefully, by careful people following careful methods toward a waiting, stable answer. Sometimes it is, but sometimes, as with Troy, the truth is uncovered messily by a flawed, impatient, occasionally dishonest person, whose very flaws, whose very impatience, are what drove him to dig where more cautious scholars would never have thought to look at all, and whose errors then had to be painstakingly corrected by generations of more careful people who came after him. People whose names most of us have never heard, working in his long shadow, quietly, patiently, doing the slow, unglamorous work of getting the story right, one careful excavation season at a time. What endures, in the end, at Troy, is not any single answer. It is the layered, accumulated, still unfinished process of asking the question. Every generation of archaeologists who has worked this hill, Schliemann in his reckless enthusiasm, Dörpfeld in his careful stratigraphic correction, Blegan with his earthquake evidence and his American university team working through the difficult years of the 1930s, Kaufmann and his international collaboration finally revealing, using tools Schliemann could never have imagined, the true scale of the lower town that had been hiding, invisible, beneath ordinary Turkish farmland for over a century, after the Citadel itself was first exposed to daylight, has added something to the picture, corrected something, complicated something, without ever quite arriving at a single, final, unanimous answer that closes the question for good. And I find, the longer I sit with this story, that I have come to feel this ongoing incompleteness, not as a frustration, but as something closer to a gift. A mystery that resolved itself completely, that yielded up one clean, certain, unanimous answer to every question it posed, would in some sense stop being alive. It would become simply a fact, filed away, no longer inviting anyone to wonder, to dig a little deeper, to reconsider an old assumption in light of new evidence. Troy, by contrast, remains genuinely, productively unresolved. We do not know with full certainty whether the specific war Homer describes happened in anything like the form the poem gives it. We do not know exactly how the earthquake and the human violence relate to each other in the final sequence of the city's late Bronze Age collapse. We do not know the names of the ordinary people who filled those storage jars, who spun that wool, who wore before Sophia Schliemann ever did, whatever version of that ancient gold was originally made for. And in not knowing, in the patient, ongoing work of continuing to ask, this hill remains, 3,500 years after its most famous destruction, genuinely, quietly alive in a way that a fully solved mystery never could be. There is a name that belongs, by any fair accounting, near the very centre of this story, and yet for a very long time it barely appeared in the story at all, crowded out by the much louder, much more self-promoting figure who arrived later and claimed most of the credit. I want to give this name the space it deserves now, gently, because I think there is something quietly important in it, something about how history remembers the people who make noise and forgets, too easily, the people who simply did careful, patient work without insisting the world pay attention. His name was Frank Calvert, an English consular official and amateur archaeologist who had lived for years in the region around the Dardanelles, whose family owned land, including a substantial portion of the very mound at Hisarlik, long before Heinrich Schliemann ever set foot in Turkey. Calvert had studied the landscape carefully, had read his classical sources closely, had conducted his own small, careful excavations on the property years before Schliemann's arrival, and had become convinced, independently, well ahead of the man history would eventually credit with the discovery, that Hisarlik, rather than the other candidate site nearby that most contemporary scholars favoured, was the true location of ancient Troy. When Schliemann first arrived in the region in 1868, it was Calvert who met with him, who shared his own research and his own conviction about Hisarlik's identity, who effectively handed Schliemann the very theory that would make him famous. Calvert lacked the capital to fund a large-scale excavation himself, and Schliemann, whose earlier career in business had made him genuinely, substantially wealthy, had exactly the resources Calvert's own more modest circumstances could not provide. What followed was, by most careful modern accounts, a partnership that Schliemann increasingly, and quite deliberately, minimized in his own public writing, presenting himself, in book after book, article after article, lecture after lecture, as the sole visionary who had seen what generations of professional scholars had missed, largely erasing Calvert's own prior research and his crucial role in directing Schliemann toward the site in the first place. I want you to sit with this for a moment, because I think it says something true and slightly uncomfortable about how discovery actually works, how differently it works from the tidy story we usually tell about it. We like to imagine a single figure, working alone, driven by singular insight, arriving at truth through the sheer force of individual genius. The reality at Troy, as at so many great discoveries across the history of science and archaeology, was more collaborative, more indebted to quiet, patient prior work than the eventual famous narrative usually admits. Calvert did the careful preliminary thinking. Calvert identified the site correctly, years before Schliemann arrived, working from careful reading of ancient sources and careful observation of the local landscape, without the resources to prove his theory at the scale that would finally convince the wider scholarly world. Schliemann brought the money, the relentless self-promotion, and, it must be said, the sheer bull-headed persistence that eventually forced the archaeological establishment to take the site seriously, even as his own excavation methods did real, lasting damage to the very evidence that could have settled many of the questions we are still asking today. There is a kind of quiet justice, though a very late one, in how modern scholarship has worked to restore Calvert's proper place in this story. Historians of archaeology, working through Calvert's surviving correspondence and publications, have gradually reconstructed a much fuller, much fairer picture of his contribution, and most serious modern accounts of Troy's rediscovery now treat Calvert not as a footnote to Schliemann's story, but as a genuinely essential figure in his own right, whose careful, underfunded, largely unglamorous groundwork made Schliemann's later, louder triumph possible in the first place. It took the better part of a century for that fairer accounting to fully take hold, and Calvert himself, who died in 1908, did not live to see it. There is a small, quiet coda to Calvert's own story worth sitting with for a moment. He continued living near the site for the rest of his life, watching successive waves of more famous archaeologists arrive, dig, publish, and depart, never himself commanding the fame or the resources that Schliemann's name attracted so easily. He kept his own careful notes, maintained his own quiet correspondence with the scholars who did take his work seriously, and by all accounts remained genuinely devoted to the site's proper understanding, regardless of who received credit for it. There is a particular kind of integrity in that, the kind that does not depend on recognition to keep doing careful work, and I think it deserves to be remembered here. Gently, alongside everything else, this remarkable hill has taught us tonight. I find myself thinking, whenever I return to this part of the story, about how many discoveries throughout history likely followed some version of this same pattern. A quiet, careful person doing the slow, foundational work, followed by a louder, better resourced person who takes the credit that history then remembers most easily, because loud stories travel farther and faster than quiet ones, because a confident, dramatic narrative of singular genius simply makes for better telling than an accurate account of years of patient, unglamorous, collaborative labour. Troy, in this sense, is not only a mystery about a Bronze Age city, it is also, quietly, a mystery about how we choose to remember discovery itself, about whose names survive in the story we tell and whose names have to wait 100 years, or more, for careful historians to dig them back out of the record, the way Calvert's own careful early excavations first had to be dug back out from beneath Schliemann's much louder, much more thoroughly documented legacy. Let me tell you something else about the years immediately following Schliemann's initial dramatic discoveries, because the story of how this site moved from a wealthy amateur's obsession into a rigorous, internationally respected field of ongoing scientific research is itself worth understanding, gently, in its own right. After Schliemann's death in 1890, the excavation passed to Wilhelm Dörpfeld, a professionally trained German architect and archaeologist who had worked alongside Schliemann in his final years, and who brought, for the first time, genuinely rigorous stratigraphic methods to the site, the careful, painstaking process of distinguishing between the site's many superimposed layers, dating each one relative to the others based on careful observation of soil composition, pottery styles, and architectural technique, rather than simply digging downward in pursuit of gold and treasure, as Schliemann's earlier, more impatient trenches had so often done. It was Dörpfeld who first properly recognised and named the sequence of settlements we now call Troy I through Troy I, and it was Dörpfeld who first seriously argued that Troy VI, rather than the much earlier layers Schliemann had originally been most excited about, represented the walled, prosperous, late Bronze Age city that best matched the scale and grandeur Homer's poem describes. This was a genuinely significant correction, quietly, carefully made, without anything like the fanfare that had surrounded Schliemann's earlier, more dramatic announcements, and it reshaped the entire scholarly understanding of the site's history in a way that still underlies almost everything archaeologists believe about Troy today. Decades later, in the 1930s, the excavation passed again, this time to Carl Blegen and a team from the University of Cincinnati, whose careful, systematic work across 7 full excavation seasons finally established the detailed stratigraphic sequence that remains, in its essential outline, the foundation for everything archaeologists have built upon since. It was Blegen's team that first carefully distinguished Troy VI from Troy VII, that first proposed the earthquake explanation for Troy VI's end, that first recovered and carefully documented the arrowheads and sling bullets scattered through Troy VII's final destruction layer, providing the crucial physical evidence that would eventually allow later scholars to seriously connect this specific layer, rather than any of the others, to the possible historical war behind Homer's poem. And then, after decades of relative quiet at the site, the excavation entered its most technologically sophisticated phase yet, in 1988, when Manfred Kaufmann, a German archaeologist working in close international collaboration with American, British, and Turkish colleagues, began a new, long-term research program that would continue until his death in 2005, and that fundamentally transformed our understanding of the site's true scale. It was Kaufmann's team that first used ground-penetrating radar and careful geophysical survey to reveal the full extent of the previously unknown lower town. The defensive ditch cut into bedrock surrounding a much larger settlement than anyone had previously imagined lay beyond the Citadel walls. Schliemann and Dörpfeld and Blegen had all spent their careers studying. This discovery, when Kaufmann first announced it in the 1990s, provoked genuine, sometimes surprisingly heated controversy among scholars, a reminder that even now, even with all our modern tools, the questions this hill raises remain genuinely contested, genuinely alive, rather than settled matters of established fact. Some historians, working primarily from textual and literary evidence rather than archaeology, argued that Kaufmann was overstating the site's importance, reading too much significance into geophysical anomalies that might not represent what he claimed. The debate grew heated enough that it made its way into the German press, into public lectures, into the kind of genuinely passionate academic argument that reminds you, if you needed reminding, that even after a century and a half of careful excavation, Troy remains a place people are still willing to argue about, sometimes fiercely, because the stakes of getting the story right still feel, to the people who have devoted their careers to this hill, genuinely, deeply important. Kaufmann's own careful subsequent excavation within the lower town eventually confirmed the presence of late Bronze Age occupation across much of the area his radar survey had identified, along with evidence of the defensive ditch itself, cut into solid bedrock in a broad arc that would have made any approach to the lower town by chariot or by any wheeled vehicle genuinely difficult, forcing an attacking force to dismount and approach on foot across ground deliberately engineered to slow them down. This is, I think, one of the most quietly remarkable discoveries in the entire history of this site's excavation, because it means that the Troy most of us picture when we imagine Homer's walled city, a fortress standing alone on its hill, small enough that the whole of the war could plausibly unfold within sight of its single set of walls, was, in reality, only the Citadel, the fortified heart of a considerably larger urban settlement, whose full extent Schliemann and even Dörpfeld and even Blegen never fully understood, because the tools to properly reveal it simply did not exist in their lifetimes. I want you to hold that thought gently as we move toward the close of this long walk together, that even after 150 years of careful, dedicated excavation by some of the most patient and rigorous archaeologists of each successive generation, this hill was still capable of revealing something genuinely new, genuinely surprising, as recently as the final years of the 20th century. That is, I think, the deepest lesson this mound has to offer about the nature of mystery itself. It does not simply wait to be solved, once, by one triumphant discovery, and then close itself off forever to further questions. It keeps offering new layers, new evidence, new reasons to reconsider what we thought we already understood, for as long as anyone remains patient enough, and careful enough, and curious enough to keep asking, I want to take you somewhere different now, away from the mound itself, away from stone and ash and buried gold, and toward the much stranger, much less tangible question of how a story like this one actually survives across the centuries that separate an event from its telling. Because whatever happened at Troy, whatever combination of earthquake and siege and slow late Bronze Age collapse actually brought its walls down, none of it reached us directly. It reached us through poetry, through a chain of human voices stretching back generations before anyone thought to write any of it down, and I think that chain deserves its own careful, unhurried attention. The world of late Bronze Age Greece, the Mycenaean world whose pottery we have already found, scattered through Troy's own ruins, did possess a form of writing a script scholars call Linear B, deciphered only in 1952 by a young English architect named Michael Ventris, working largely in his spare time, who demonstrated, against considerable scholarly skepticism, that this mysterious script found on clay tablets at Mycenaean sites represented an early form of the Greek language, centuries older than anyone had previously imagined Greek could be written. This was, in its own right, one of the great decipherments of the 20th century, and it revealed, when scholars finally began reading the tablets fluently, a civilization with an extensive, careful bureaucratic administration, but not, notably, a civilization that used writing for literature, for storytelling, for anything resembling epic poetry at all. Every single Linear B tablet ever recovered concerns practical administrative matters, inventories of grain, records of textile production, lists of personnel, religious offerings tracked with the same careful attention as any other palace resource. Not one surviving tablet tells a story. This tells us something important, and slightly startling, about how the memory of Troy, if it does preserve genuine historical events, actually survived the collapse of the very civilization that may have fought the war in the first place. When the Mycenaean palace system collapsed, along with so much else, during the turbulent decades around 1200 to 1150 BCE, the administrative use of Linear B writing collapsed along with it, and Greece entered a period historians sometimes call the Greek Dark Ages, a span of several centuries during which literacy itself appears to have been lost almost entirely. Archaeological evidence for large-scale building and long-distance trade drops sharply, and the historical record grows correspondingly thin and difficult to reconstruct. If a war at Troy happened during the final flourishing of Mycenaean palace culture in the 13th or early 12th century BCE, then the story of that war had to survive this entire dark, largely illiterate span of centuries, carried forward not on clay tablets or any other durable written record, but purely through spoken memory, through the fragile, endlessly reperformed art of oral poetry. I want you to sit with what that actually means, because I think it is genuinely remarkable, almost impossible to fully credit, and yet it happened. Somewhere in Greece, generation after generation, across 3 or 4 centuries during which almost no one could read or write, poets and singers professionals most likely, who trained for years to master an extraordinarily demanding craft, kept performing songs about a great war at Troy, kept teaching those songs to the next generation of singers, kept refining the language, the meter, the specific formulaic phrases that made the whole vast structure of the story memorable enough to be carried, intact, across centuries, purely in human memory. Scholars who study oral poetic traditions, drawing on comparative research into other cultures where similarly long epic poems were composed and transmitted without writing, including, notably, groundbreaking 20th century research into still-living oral epic traditions among singers in the Balkans, whose techniques turned out to closely resemble what scholars could reconstruct about how Homeric poetry must have been composed, have shown that this kind of transmission is genuinely possible, though it depends on specific, highly developed techniques that most of us, reading a printed page today, would find almost unimaginable. Oral poets in these traditions do not simply memorize a fixed text word for word, the way an actor might memorize a script. Instead, they learn a vast repertoire of formulaic phrases, stock epithets, standard scenes and standard turns of narrative structure, all of it fitted to the strict demands of a particular poetic meter, and they use these building blocks to compose the poem fresh, in real time, during each individual performance, drawing on the same underlying story, the same essential characters and events, but never producing an identical performance twice. This explains something that has puzzled and fascinated close readers of Homer for centuries: the poem's heavy reliance on repeated formulaic phrases, rosy-fingered dawn, wine-dark sea, swift-footed Achilles phrases that might initially seem like the sign of an unimaginative or repetitive poet, but that scholars now understand as the essential technical vocabulary of oral composition, prefabricated units of exactly the right metrical length that a skilled singer could deploy instantly without breaking the rhythm of performance, while his mind worked ahead to the next turn of the story. This is not evidence of poverty of imagination. It is evidence of a highly sophisticated technical craft, refined across countless generations of practicing singers, each of whom inherited this vast toolkit of formulaic building blocks from their own teachers, and each of whom added, subtly, their own small refinements before passing the whole living tradition forward again. What does this mean for the historical question we have been circling throughout this entire story, whether the war Homer describes actually happened, and if so, in anything like the form the poem gives it? I think it means we have to hold two things in our minds at once, gently, without letting either one cancel out the other. On one hand, a poem composed through this kind of oral tradition, transmitted across 3 or 4 centuries of largely illiterate transmission before finally being fixed in writing, cannot possibly be read as a precise historical record in the way we might read a contemporary written account. Details would inevitably shift, compress, dramatize, and simplify across that many generations of retelling, the way any story does when it passes purely through memory rather than through the fixed, unchanging medium of a written page. Individual episodes might be invented outright to satisfy the demands of dramatic storytelling. Real historical figures might merge with each other, or split apart into multiple characters, or gain entirely fictional deeds attached to their names, simply because a particular story needed a hero to perform them. On the other hand, oral traditions of this kind, the comparative research suggests, are also often remarkably conservative in preserving certain kinds of information across many generations, particularly formulaic details tied tightly to the meter itself, details that could not easily be altered without breaking the entire technical structure the poem depends on. Some scholars have pointed to specific details in Homer's descriptions of Bronze Age military equipment, a particular kind of large body shield, for instance, described in ways that match archaeological evidence for equipment that had actually fallen out of use by the time Homer himself was composing in the 8th century BCE, equipment that survived in the poem's language not because 8th century audiences were still using it, but because the specific formulaic phrases describing it had been locked into the poem's inherited structure for so many generations that no later singer felt free to update them, even as the equipment itself became historically obsolete and, eventually, poorly understood. This is, I think, one of the genuinely moving aspects of this entire mystery, once you sit with it long enough. The poem may be, in its broad dramatic shape, largely fictional, the gods intervening directly, Achilles nearly invulnerable, a war compressed into 10 dramatic years from what may have actually been a longer, messier pattern of seasonal conflict. And yet buried within that fiction, preserved almost accidentally by the rigid technical demands of the oral tradition itself, may be small, specific, genuine fragments of Bronze Age reality, a particular kind of shield, a particular kind of political relationship between a great empire and its vassal kingdoms, perhaps even, in the name Alexandru echoing faintly into Alexandros, the actual name of an actual, historical Trojan prince, carried forward across 4 centuries of illiterate transmission by singers who had no idea, most of them, that they were preserving anything historical at all. They were simply doing their job, performing the songs their own teachers had taught them, keeping an audience awake and moved and entertained on one particular evening after another, never imagining that 3,000 years later, archaeologists working with ground-penetrating radar and carbon dating would still be trying to tease apart which threads of their inherited song were memory, and which were invention, and which, most fascinatingly of all, were some inseparable blend of both. I want to leave you, at the close of this thread, with an image I find genuinely beautiful, even though I recognize it asks you to hold a great deal of uncertainty gently, without resolving it into anything firmer than it deserves. Somewhere, on some ordinary evening, in a hall lit by firelight, centuries after the walls of Troy VII had already crumbled into the layer of ash that archaeologists would eventually excavate more than 3,000 years later. A singer sat with a lyre and began, the way singers in this tradition always began, drawing an audience in with the opening notes of a story they had likely heard many times before, in many different versions, from many different singers, and yet still wanted, on this particular evening, to hear again. The singer had never seen Troy's walls, had never stood at that curved gate, watching the light move gold across ancient limestone, had inherited, instead, only the song itself, passed down through a long chain of teachers stretching back into a past even the singer himself could not have precisely dated, and somewhere within that song, carried forward purely by human breath and human memory, across a gap of centuries that writing itself could not bridge, some genuine fragment of what actually happened on that hill may have survived, disguised as poetry, waiting patiently for archaeologists with radar and careful trowels to eventually, imperfectly, begin trying to translate it back. Let's turn now towards something quieter, more technical in a way, but no less remarkable, and I want to walk through it slowly, the way I have tried to walk through every other piece of this mystery, because I think understanding how we actually know what we know about Troy's timeline matters as much as the timeline itself. For most of the site's excavation history, dating the different layers depended primarily on what archaeologists call relative dating, comparing pottery styles, architectural techniques, and imported objects of known age from other, better documented civilizations to build up a careful comparative sequence without ever pinning an exact calendar year to any specific layer. This is patient, painstaking work, but it leaves real uncertainty, sometimes spanning decades or even a century or more, in exactly when a given destruction actually occurred. In more recent decades, archaeologists working at Troy and at comparable sites across the region have been able to draw on two additional, more precise scientific tools, and I want to spend a while with each of them because they represent, in their own quiet way, just as much of a triumph of patient human ingenuity as anything Schliemann or Dörpfeld or Blegen achieved with a trowel. The first is radiocarbon dating, a technique developed in the mid-20th century that measures the decay of a naturally occurring radioactive form of carbon absorbed by all living things during their lifetimes, and that begins decaying at a known, measurable rate the moment an organism dies. By carefully measuring how much of this radioactive carbon remains in an organic sample charred grain, recovered from a destruction layer, for instance, or fragments of wood used in construction, scientists can calculate, within a margin of uncertainty that has grown steadily narrower as the technique has been refined over decades, roughly how long ago that organism died. Applied to samples recovered from Troy's various destruction layers, radiocarbon dating has helped narrow the range of possible dates for events like the end of Troy VII, generally supporting a date in the range of the late 13th to early 12th century BCE, broadly consistent with the dates historians had already proposed, based on comparative pottery analysis, while adding a valuable layer of independent scientific confirmation. The second tool, dendrochronology, or tree ring dating, works differently but achieves in ideal circumstances an even more precise result. Trees in temperate climates typically add one growth ring per year, and the width of each ring reflects the specific growing conditions of that particular year. Wide rings in good years, narrow rings in years of drought or cold or other stress. By carefully matching the pattern of wide and narrow rings preserved in ancient wooden building timbers against long, continuous reference sequences built up from living trees, historical timbers of known age, and, in some especially fortunate cases, wood preserved for millennia in waterlogged or otherwise protective conditions, researchers can sometimes date a piece of ancient timber to the exact calendar year in which the tree was felled. This technique has proven especially valuable for understanding the broader climate conditions across the eastern Mediterranean during the turbulent centuries of the Late Bronze Age collapse, and researchers working with tree ring sequences from Anatolia and the surrounding region have identified evidence of a series of unusually severe droughts during exactly the decades when Troy VII and so many other Late Bronze Age cities across the region met their end. I want to sit with this drought evidence for a moment, because I think it adds a genuinely important layer to everything we have already discussed. One more thread to weave into the compound explanation. This story keeps circling back toward, If the broader eastern Mediterranean experienced a period of sustained severe drought during the final decades of the 13th century and into the early 12th century BCE, exactly the window during which Troy VII was destroyed, this would help explain a great deal that otherwise remains puzzling about the broader pattern of collapse, sweeping the entire region during this same narrow span of decades. Drought means failed harvests. Failed harvests mean food shortages, and food shortages, as we have already seen in other contexts throughout this story, tend to produce exactly the kind of social and political instability that can tip a society already under other pressures from earthquake damage, from disrupted trade, from the ordinary tensions between rival powers competing for control of strategic resources into outright collapse. Some researchers have proposed that this same drought may have been a significant contributing factor behind the mysterious movements of the sea peoples that Egyptian sources describe with such evident anxiety during this period, displaced populations from regions across the eastern Mediterranean whose own agricultural base had simply failed to sustain them, setting them in motion in search of new land, sometimes through peaceful migration and settlement, and sometimes, when peaceful options were unavailable or already claimed by others, through outright raiding and conquest. If Troy's final late Bronze Age population found itself caught between an earthquake-weakened recovery, a severe, sustained regional drought, straining its own food supply, and increasingly aggressive pressure from a Mycenaean rival whose own society may have been experiencing exactly the same drought-driven strain, then the destruction we see preserved in the ash of Troy VII begins to look less like a single dramatic war, fought for reasons of pride or a stolen queen, and more like the final violent expression of an entire regional system under compounding, sustained ecological and political stress that had been building, quietly, for years before the actual fighting broke out. I keep returning to this compound explanation, gently, because I think it is genuinely the most honest picture the evidence currently supports, even though it lacks the clean, satisfying drama of Homer's version. There is something almost eerily familiar about it too, I think, if you let yourself sit with the parallel a while, a wealthy, sophisticated, interconnected world, its various regions bound together by extensive trade networks in metal and grain and finished goods, gradually destabilized by a combination of natural disaster, climate stress, and the resulting political and military pressures that inevitably follow when resources grow scarce and desperate populations begin moving in search of what their own homelands can no longer provide. This is not a pattern unique to the Bronze Age. It is a pattern that has recurred in different forms across nearly every period of recorded human history, and recognizing it in the layers of ash beneath this particular Turkish hill does not diminish the specific tragedy of what happened here. If anything, it deepens it, because it means the people who lived and died within these walls were not victims of some uniquely ancient, uniquely incomprehensible catastrophe, disconnected from anything we ourselves might recognize. They were living through something that, in its essential shape, if not its specific details, humanity has faced again and again, in different centuries, under different names, and will likely, given enough time, face again. There is a particular kind of dread in that recognition, but I do not want you to hold it too tightly tonight, because alongside that dread sits something gentler too, something worth carrying forward as we move toward the close of this long story. The people of Troy VII, facing this same compounding pressure of drought and disrupted trade and gathering military threat, did not simply lie down and wait for the end. They sank storage jars into their floors. They dug deep shafts toward water they might need. They armed themselves, judging by the arrowheads and sling bullets scattered through their final layer, and they resisted. For however long they managed to hold out, whatever combination of forces eventually proved too much for their walls, their supplies, and their will to withstand. That resistance did not, in the end, save the city in the form it had taken. But it is preserved, faintly, in the physical evidence these careful excavations have recovered, and I think it deserves to be remembered alongside every other detail of this story, not as tragedy alone, but as evidence of the same stubborn, patient, quietly courageous human effort to endure that we have already seen, in different forms, in every layer of this remarkable hill, the other hill, and the doubt that never fully left. I want to bring you now to a question that has been quietly running underneath this entire story from its very first moments. The question the title of this whole journey has been gesturing toward from the beginning. Was Hisarlik ever really the right hill at all? Because I think it would be dishonest of me, at this point in our long walk together, to let you believe this identification has always been simple or uncontested or free from genuine, serious doubt, even among careful scholars who have devoted entire careers to studying this exact question. Before Schliemann, and even during his own lifetime, the leading scholarly candidate for the location of Homeric Troy was not Hisarlik at all, but a different site entirely, a hill known as Boladar near a village called Bunabashi, located somewhat further inland and higher in elevation than Hisarlik. This alternative site had been favoured by many of the classical scholars and early travellers who had studied the region before serious archaeological excavation began, partly because its greater distance from the coast seemed, to some readers, to fit certain details in Homer's poem more comfortably, and partly because the site featured natural springs that some scholars connected to the warm and cold springs Homer describes near the city walls, springs that proved genuinely difficult to locate with confidence at Hisarlik itself. Frank Calvert, whose careful, underappreciated groundwork we have already spent time with, was one of the earliest and most persistent voices arguing against this Bunabashi identification, based on his own careful survey of the landscape and his conviction that the geography and scale of Hisarlik matched the poem's descriptions far more convincingly than its inland rival. When Schliemann arrived in the region, and initially, by his own account, visited Bunabashi himself before Calvert redirected his attention toward Hisarlik, the resulting debate was not some minor academic footnote, but a genuinely significant scholarly controversy of its era, argued out in published books and heated exchanges among the classicists and travellers who considered themselves authorities on where, exactly, Homer's ruined city ought to be found. Once Schliemann's excavations at Hisarlik began producing dramatic results, walls, gold, the layered sequence of buried cities, the Bunabashi theory gradually lost most of its scholarly support, and by the early 20th century, following Dörpfeld's careful stratigraphic work and later Bleegen's systematic excavation, the identification of Hisarlik with ancient Troy had become, for the great majority of archaeologists and historians, essentially settled. But I want to be honest with you that essentially settled is not quite the same thing as universally, permanently beyond all doubt, and a small number of serious scholars have, across the decades since, continued to raise genuine questions, not necessarily proposing a different physical location, but questioning how closely we should trust the connection between the archaeological site at Hisarlik and the specific, dramatic historical war that Homer's poem describes. Some of this skepticism, voiced most notably in the heated academic debate that followed Kaufmann's announcement of the Lower Town discovery in the 1990s, centered less on whether Hisarlik was Bronze Age Wilusa, a connection most scholars now consider well supported by the combined weight of geography, Hittite textual evidence, and archaeological scale, and more on whether Wilusa's occasional tensions with Ahiawa, as recorded in the fragmentary Hittite archive, amount to genuine evidence for anything resembling the specific, dramatic, decade-long war Homer describes, or whether we are, in embracing that connection too enthusiastically, projecting a beloved and culturally central story onto evidence that, examined with appropriately careful skepticism, actually supports something much smaller, much less dramatic, much more ordinary than the epic tradition would have us believe, perhaps nothing more than one skirmish among many, in a long, largely unremarkable history of minor Bronze Age border tensions between neighbouring powers, later inflated by poets across centuries of retelling into the singular, world-defining conflict we know today. I find this sceptical position genuinely worth taking seriously, even though on balance I lean toward finding the accumulated weight of evidence more persuasive than these doubts allow. There is something intellectually important about resisting the very human, very understandable temptation to see confirmation everywhere, once we have decided in advance what story we want the evidence to tell. Schliemann himself, we should remember, was guilty of exactly this kind of motivated interpretation throughout his career, reading Homeric significance into features that more careful, more skeptical excavation would later show belonged to entirely different periods and contexts than he assumed. The history of this site is, in no small part, a history of successive generations of researchers gradually, painstakingly correcting the excessive enthusiasm of the generation before them and it would be its own kind of intellectual arrogance to assume that our own generation's confident conclusions are somehow, finally, permanently immune to the same kind of correction that future archaeologists, working with tools and evidence we cannot yet imagine, might eventually bring to bear on questions we currently consider well settled. And yet, and I think this "and yet" deserves to sit here gently, the way it has sat throughout this entire long story, refusing to let any single thread resolve too neatly into either full confirmation or full doubt, the accumulated weight of independent evidence we have gathered across this whole journey together does genuinely support treating Hisarlik as Bronze Age Wilusa, and treating Wilusa as at least the plausible geographic and political inspiration behind the later Greek tradition of a great war at Troy. The geography fits, the scale fits, especially once Kaufmann's Lower Town discovery revealed a city considerably larger and more significant than earlier excavators had realized. The Hittite textual evidence, while frustratingly incomplete, independently confirms a real kingdom, a real ruler with a name echoing forward into later Greek tradition, and a documented pattern of tension with a rival power whose own name plausibly connects to the very term Homer's poem uses for the Greek besiegers. The physical destruction layer at Troy VII contains genuine weapons, genuine evidence of violence, dated by multiple independent scientific methods to almost exactly the window of time this whole convergent picture would predict. None of these threads taken alone would be enough to settle the question with full confidence. But taken together, woven into the same accumulated tapestry the way we have been slowly weaving them together across this entire long walk through the mound's layers, they form something genuinely more persuasive than any single piece could achieve on its own, not proof, in the strict, courtroom sense of the word, but something closer to the kind of confident, well-supported historical inference that careful scholars, weighing incomplete and imperfect evidence, are so often required to reach about the ancient past, in almost every context we study, from almost every corner of the ancient world. I want to close this particular thread, gently, with an image that I think captures something true about where this leaves us. Imagine standing, once more, at that curved gate we visited earlier in this story, the stone worn smooth by wheel ruts and by feet that crossed this threshold across centuries. You and I will never fully recover. You are standing, almost certainly, on the true site of Bronze Age Wilusa, a real kingdom, ruled at least once by a real man whose name may have echoed forward, faintly, transformed, into the legendary Paris of a much later poem. You are standing, quite possibly, close to the very ground where some version of a real conflict, compressed and dramatized and reshaped by 4 centuries of oral poetic transmission, actually occurred. But you cannot be entirely certain, standing there, exactly which details of the story you already know, the wooden horse, the 10 years, the face that launched 1,000 ships belong to genuine historical memory, and which belong to the patient, accumulated, entirely understandable work of storytellers across many generations, shaping a real but half-forgotten local tragedy into something large enough, dramatic enough, universally resonant enough to become one of the founding stories of an entire civilization's imagination. That uncertainty is not a failure of the evidence. It is, I think, simply the honest shape of what deep historical memory, filtered through centuries of poetry, can actually offer us not a photograph of the past, but something more like a very old, very carefully preserved dream, still carrying, somewhere within its poetry, the genuine outline of something that was once, on some specific and now unrecoverable afternoon, entirely real. There is one more piece of this mystery I want to bring you, and it concerns not the walls or the war or the poem at all, but the landscape itself, the physical shape of the plain surrounding Hisarlik, because this too has changed dramatically across the centuries in ways that genuinely complicate, and in some ways help explain, certain long-standing puzzles about how the Trojan War tradition describes the geography of this place. If you visit Hisarlik today, you find yourself standing several kilometers from the open sea, looking out across a broad, flat plain formed by the sediment of 2 rivers, the Scamander and the Simwa, both of which Homer names repeatedly throughout the Iliad, describing them as flowing directly past the walls of Troy, close enough that the Greek forces camped along the shore could see them, close enough that armies clashed within sight and sound of moving water. For a long time, this apparent discrepancy between the poem's geography and the modern landscape struck some skeptics as evidence against the Hisarlik identification altogether. How could a city sitting, in the modern world, so far inland, match a poem that describes fighting taking place essentially on the beach, within easy reach of the Greek ships drawn up along the shoreline, where the story tells us they waited throughout the long years of the siege? The answer, once geologists and archaeologists began carefully studying the sediment layers of the surrounding plain, turned out to be genuinely fascinating, and it required looking not at ancient texts or excavated walls at all, but at cores of earth drilled deep into the modern plain, examining the layers of silt, sand, and marine deposits that had accumulated there across thousands of years. This kind of geoarchaeological research, conducted most extensively by a team led by the geologist John Kraft, working alongside Kaufmann's broader excavation project in the 1980s and 1990s, revealed that the coastline in the Bronze Age looked dramatically different from how it appears today. During the Late Bronze Age, the sea extended much further inland than it does now, forming a broad bay reaching close to the base of the Hisarlik mound itself, a bay that has, across the more than 3,000 years since, been gradually filled in by sediment, carried down from the surrounding hills by exactly those two rivers, Homer names so insistently throughout his poem. I want you to picture this shift slowly, the way geological time actually unfolds, because it happened not suddenly, but with the patient, imperceptible persistence of silt settling, year after year, century after century, each flood season depositing another thin layer across the bay floor, gradually, so gradually that no single generation living through any part of this process would have noticed the coastline moving at all, the way you would never notice, watching a single night's sleep, exactly how far your own breathing had carried you toward morning. And yet, across the full span of 3,000 years since the Bronze Age, that patient accumulation of silt has pushed the actual shoreline several kilometres further from the base of the mound than it stood when Troy VI and Troy VII were still standing, still occupied, still watching, from their high walls, the actual waters of a bay that has since entirely disappeared beneath farmland. This discovery matters enormously for how we understand the poem's geography, because it means Homer's descriptions of fighting taking place essentially within sight of the beached Greek ships, of a plain narrow enough for chariots to cross quickly between the city walls and the shoreline camp, actually match the Bronze Age landscape far more closely than they match the landscape Schliemann, or Calvert, or any of the early scholars debating the site's identity I could actually see with their own eyes when they first walked this ground in the 19th century. Some of the earlier skepticism about whether Hisarlik's geography truly fit Homer's descriptions dissolves almost entirely once you account for this slow, patient coastal transformation, because the poem, whatever else it compresses or dramatizes or invents, appears to preserve genuine memory of a coastline that existed, in reality only during the Bronze Age itself, a coastline that had already substantially silted over and changed shape by the time Homer himself was composing centuries later, which raises the intriguing, genuinely moving possibility that this detail too, like the archaic shield we discussed earlier, survived not because later audiences could still see it with their own eyes, but because it had been locked into the formulaic structure of the oral tradition itself, carried forward faithfully across centuries of retelling by singers who themselves had likely never seen the Bronze Age bay, their own inherited verses so consistently described. Kraft's research also identified evidence, within these same sediment cores, of a lagoon that would have existed in this Bronze Age bay, separated from the open sea by a low sandbar, creating exactly the kind of protected anchorage that a Bronze Age fleet, arriving each sailing season to press whatever combination of siege, raid, or sustained pressure eventually wore down Troy's defences, would have needed to safely beach and shelter their ships across an extended campaign, protected from the open sea's more dangerous currents and storms. This is, I think, another one of those small, quiet, deeply satisfying convergences that this mystery keeps offering, patiently, to anyone willing to sit with the evidence long enough to notice it. Unquote, a physical landscape feature, invisible to the naked eye today, buried beneath centuries of accumulated silt, recovered only through careful modern geological coring, that turns out to explain, more precisely and more convincingly than any close reading of the poem alone ever could, exactly why this particular stretch of coastline made both strategic and practical sense, as the setting for exactly the kind of extended, ship-based military campaign the Trojan War tradition describes. I want to draw your attention to one more detail from this same body of geological research, because I think it deepens, in a genuinely poignant way, everything we have already discussed about Troy's changing fortunes across its long history. The same slow, patient silting process that gradually transformed the Bronze Age bay into modern farmland did not stop once the Late Bronze Age ended. It continued, steadily, across every subsequent phase of the site's long occupation through the Greek city of Ilion that eventually rose again on this same hill, through the Hellenistic period when Alexander the Great is said to have visited and made his offerings at what he believed was Achilles' tomb, through the Roman period when the site was refounded once more, granted special privileges by successive emperors who traced their own mythic ancestry through the story of the Trojan hero Aeneas, back to this very hill, treating it as something close to a sacred origin point for Roman civilization itself. This means that even the later inhabitants of Ilion, living centuries after the Bronze Age war the poem describes, were themselves already watching their own harbour slowly retreat, slowly silt over, slowly transform from a working anchorage into increasingly distant farmland, a process that would have felt, to them, exactly as gradual, exactly as invisible day to day, as it did to every generation before and after them. The city that Alexander visited, the city the Romans honoured, was already, in its own time, living through the slow twilight of a harbour that had once made this hill strategically vital, watching, without fully understanding what they were watching, the same patient geological process that would eventually leave Hisarlik as nothing more than an unremarkable rise in a farmer's field, several kilometres from any water at all, waiting for Frank Calvert and then Heinrich Schliemann to arrive and begin, with pickaxe and shovel, digging back down through the layers of an old sea that had long since forgotten why anyone had ever cared about it in the first place. There is something in this slow disappearance of the water that I find unexpectedly moving to sit with in this quiet hour, because it reminds us that even the physical landscape itself, the very ground we have spent this whole story treating as solid, permanent, unchanging bedrock beneath the more dramatic human story of war and poetry and excavation, was never actually still at all. It was always moving, always shifting, always, in its own patient geological way, telling its own long, slow story of transformation and loss, running quietly alongside every human story we have layered on top of it, whether or not anyone standing on that ground, in any century, ever thought to notice. I want to take you now into a part of this story that unfolds not in the Bronze Age at all, but many centuries later, because Troy did not simply fall once, get buried, and wait quietly for Schliemann to arrive. Between the destruction of Troy VII and a modern rediscovery of the site, this hill lived several more entire lives, each one adding its own layer, its own quiet human presence, its own reasons for caring about a place that had already, by that point, become as much legend as location. After the late Bronze Age collapse swept away the world that had built Troy VI and Troy VII, the site was not immediately abandoned forever. Excavations reveal continued, if considerably more modest, occupation through what archaeologists call Troy VII-B, a phase showing new pottery styles that suggest the arrival of different populations, possibly connected to the broader movements of peoples that characterize this turbulent post-collapse era across the entire region. Life on this hill continued, in reduced and altered form, even as the great palace civilizations that had once made it strategically significant crumbled around it. Centuries later, by the time Greek-speaking settlers arrived in this region during what historians call the Archaic period, roughly the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, the same general era, notably, when Homer himself was likely composing the Iliad, a new city called Ilion had been established on this same hill, its inhabitants apparently aware, on some level, of the site's legendary association with the war their own poets were singing about, treating the mound and its ancient walls, even in ruined and diminished form, as a place worth honouring, worth visiting, worth building a new community around, even though the walls of Troy VI that had once seemed so formidable were, by this point, already partially buried beneath centuries of subsequent debris and rebuilding. The Persian king Xerxes, according to the ancient historian Herodotus, paused at this site during his invasion of Greece in 480 BCE, making sacrifices to the legendary heroes of the Trojan War before continuing his campaign, a detail that tells us something genuinely important about how thoroughly, even by this relatively early date, the identification of this specific hill with Homer's Troy had become an accepted, unquestioned part of the ancient world's shared understanding of its own geography, centuries before anyone thought to systematically excavate and verify that identification with anything resembling scientific method. For the ancient Greeks and, later, the Romans, there was no real controversy about where Troy had stood. They knew. They had always known, the way a community simply knows where its own foundational stories took place, without needing archaeological proof to feel confident in that inherited certainty. Alexander the Great's visit to the site in 334 BCE, which we touched on briefly earlier in this story, deserves a bit more of our attention now, because it captures something genuinely moving about how deeply this place had already, by his era, become woven into the self-understanding of an entire civilization. Alexander, according to several ancient sources, arrived at Ilion at the very start of his campaign against the Persian Empire and treated the visit with evident seriousness and personal significance, making sacrifices at the tomb, ancient tradition identified as Achilles' burial place, and reportedly exchanging his own armour for a shield and other relics kept at the site and said to date back to the Trojan War itself, objects he then carried with him throughout the rest of his campaigns, treating them, whatever their actual age and authenticity, as talismans connecting his own ambitions to the heroic past he had grown up reading about and measuring himself against. I find something genuinely poignant in this image. A young, ambitious king standing at the edge of Asia at the very start of a campaign that would eventually carry him further east than any Greek army had ever marched, pausing first at this particular hill, honouring a war that had, by his own time, already receded nearly 1,000 years into legend, reaching back across that vast gulf of time to draw some kind of continuity, some kind of borrowed courage, from a story that mattered to him not because it was verifiably, precisely historical, but because it was foundational, because it shaped how an entire culture understood what courage and glory and tragic loss actually meant, regardless of exactly how much of the original event any careful modern excavation could eventually confirm or complicate. Later still, under Roman rule, Ilion received particular imperial favour connected to the story. Preserved in the Aeneid of the poet Virgil, that the Roman people themselves descended from Trojan refugees led by the hero Aeneas, who escaped the city's fall and eventually, after long wandering, settled in Italy, founding the lineage that would, generations later, produce Romulus and Remus and the city of Rome itself. Julius Caesar and later the Emperor Augustus both showed particular favour toward Ilion, granting the city tax privileges and other honours, treating it, quite deliberately, as something close to an ancestral homeland, a place where Roman identity itself could trace its mythic roots back through Aeneas to the burning walls of Troy. Augustus, in particular, seems to have taken this connection seriously enough to fund building projects at the site, and archaeological evidence from this period shows genuine architectural investment, temples and public buildings raised on this same hill that had, by this point, already been continuously significant to somebody, in one form or another, for well over 2,000 years. I want you to hold this long continuity gently, because I think it changes how we should understand what Schliemann actually rediscovered when he began digging in 1870. He did not uncover a place that had been entirely forgotten, its very location, a genuine mystery requiring detective work to solve. What he uncovered, physically, was the deeply buried Bronze Age layers beneath a location whose general identity as Troy had, in fact, never been fully lost at all. Not by the Greeks who honoured it, not by Xerxes who sacrificed there, not by Alexander who took its relics into Asia, not by the Romans who funded its temples and claimed descent from its survivors. What had been lost, gradually, across the centuries following the site's final ancient abandonment sometime in late antiquity, was not the general knowledge of where Troy had stood, but the specific, physical, buried evidence of what the Bronze Age city itself had actually looked like, evidence that lay literally beneath the feet of every pilgrim, every emperor, every ancient tourist who had ever visited this hill in the centuries between the Trojan War tradition's own setting and Schliemann's eventual arrival with his impatient pickaxe. This distinction matters, I think, because it reframes the entire mystery this story has been circling from its very first moment. The question was never really where Troy had stood, in the broadest geographic sense that had remained, with remarkable consistency, a matter of unbroken cultural memory across nearly 3,000 years, honoured by kings and pilgrims who never doubted it. The real mystery, the one this whole long walk through walls and ash and gold and treaties has been slowly, patiently trying to answer, is the much harder, much more genuinely uncertain question of which specific layer, among the 9 buried cities stacked one atop another beneath that continuously honoured hill, actually corresponds to the war that made the place worth honouring in the first place, and whether that war, once we finally locate its physical traces in the ash of Troy the Seventh, he looked anything at all like the story the poets eventually told about it. There is one image from this entire story that everyone carries with them, even people who know almost nothing else about Troy, even people who could not tell you the difference between Schliemann and Homer, or between Troy the Sixth and Troy the Seventh, the horse, a massive wooden structure built by the Greeks in apparent surrender, wheeled through the gates by Trojans who believed the long war was finally, miraculously over, only to disgorge, once night fell, a company of armed soldiers who opened the city's gates from within to the waiting Greek army outside. I want to spend real time with this image now, gently, because I think examining it closely tells us something important about how legend and history actually intertwine, and because the most persuasive scholarly explanation for its origin connects, in a way I find genuinely satisfying, back to a thread we already spent real time with earlier in this story. No trace of anything resembling a large wooden horse, or the physical remains of such a device, has ever been found in Troy's archaeological layers, and as we discussed earlier, this absence is not, on its own, especially meaningful, since wood decays and leaves little identifiable trace across 3,500 years, particularly in the specific soil conditions preserved at Hisarlik. So the absence of physical evidence neither confirms nor rules out the possibility that some version of this device genuinely existed. But several scholars, working from different angles of evidence, have proposed an intriguing alternative explanation, one that does not require us to believe in a literal giant wooden animal at all, but that instead treats the horse as a poetic, symbolic transformation of something else entirely, something we have already spent considerable time with in this very story. The god most closely associated, throughout Greek mythology, with both horses and earthquakes is the same god, Poseidon. This dual association might seem, on first encounter, like an arbitrary quirk of ancient religious imagination, but ancient sources themselves sometimes referred to Poseidon by an epithet meaning earth-shaker, and some scholars have proposed that the connection between horses and earthquakes in Greek religious thought may reflect an old half-remembered association between the rumbling, thundering sound of a major seismic event and the pounding of horses' hooves, a natural, sensory metaphor for a phenomenon that ancient peoples, lacking any scientific understanding of plate tectonics, needed some way to explain and personify. If this connection held real cultural weight in the world where the Trojan War tradition first took shape, then the wooden horse of the traditional story may represent something considerably more interesting than a literal siege device or a piece of pure poetic invention. It may be, some scholars have proposed, a symbolic transformation of the very earthquake theory we spent careful time with earlier in this story, the idea being that if Troy VI's massive walls were indeed brought down, at least in part, by a genuine, catastrophic earthquake, as Blegan's evidence suggested, then a later oral tradition, working centuries afterward, compressing and dramatizing a complicated, layered sequence of destruction into a single unforgettable narrative climax, might naturally have reshaped the memory of walls falling to Poseidon's earth-shaking power into the more vivid, more narratively satisfying image of a horse, sacred to that same god, brought within the walls and somehow responsible for their fall. I want to be careful here, the way I have tried to be careful with every theory in this story, because this remains genuinely speculative, one plausible reading among several that serious scholars continue to debate, rather than a settled conclusion the evidence definitively proves. But I find it a genuinely moving possibility to sit with, because of how neatly, how almost poetically, It would tie together two threads we have spent real time separating throughout this entire story: the earthquake that toppled Troy VI, and the human war that later destroyed Troy VII a full century afterward. If the horse image does indeed preserve some transformed, symbolic memory of the earlier seismic catastrophe, migrated by oral poets across generations of retelling, into the climactic centerpiece of a war that happened to a different, later version of the same city, then the poem itself may unknowingly be doing exactly what we have been doing throughout this whole careful walk through Troy's layers, merging, without fully realizing it, two genuinely separate disasters, a full century apart, into the single unforgettable dramatic climax that history eventually chose to remember above all else. There is another, more literal explanation some scholars have proposed as well, worth mentioning alongside this symbolic reading, because it too connects back to something we have already discussed. Some historians have suggested that if any physical device resembling the horse genuinely existed, it may have been not a decorative sculpture at all, but a practical piece of Bronze Age siege equipment, a wheeled, animal-shaped or simply animal-named battering device, of the kind attested, in some form, in other ancient Near Eastern military traditions, used to approach and batter down fortified gates under some degree of protective covering, its wooden frame perhaps genuinely resembling, or simply nicknamed after, a horse, in the same casual, functional way modern military equipment sometimes acquires animal names entirely disconnected from literal appearance. If some device of this kind was indeed used in the final, successful assault on Troy III's walls, later poetic tradition, working from garbled, second-hand memory across generations of retelling, may have gradually transformed a straightforward, if formidable, piece of military engineering into the far more magical, far more narratively satisfying image of a massive hollow horse concealing an entire army within its wooden belly. I do not think we can, with our current evidence, choose confidently between these possibilities, or rule out the simpler explanation that the horse was, from the very beginning, pure poetic invention, added by storytellers who needed a dramatic, memorable climax for a war whose actual ending may have been considerably less cinematic, a slow, grinding siege finally ending through negotiated surrender, or through the city's defenders simply running out of food and water after too many seasons of sustained pressure, or through some combination of internal betrayal and external assault that left no single memorable image behind for poets to seize upon and immortalize. What I find genuinely valuable about sitting with all three of these possibilities together, rather than insisting on a single confident answer, is what it teaches us about how memory itself actually works, across the long span of centuries separating any historical event from its eventual, settled, literary form. Stories, especially stories carried forward through oral tradition across many generations before ever being fixed in writing, do not preserve history the way a photograph preserves a moment. They compress it. They symbolize it. They borrow imagery from religious tradition, from cultural association, from whatever combination of memory and invention happens to produce the most satisfying, most memorable, most tellable version of events, generation after generation, until the final form we inherit may bear only an indirect, transformed, deeply mediated relationship to whatever specific, ordinary, historical afternoon actually inspired it in the first place. The horse, whatever its true origin, earthquake metaphor, siege engine, or pure poetic invention, stands, I think, as the single most powerful example in this entire story of how thoroughly legend can reshape memory, while still, somehow, carrying forward some genuine echo of whatever original event set the whole long chain of storytelling in motion. I want to leave you with this image now, gently, before we turn toward the final stretch of this long walk together, a wooden shape, real or imagined, waiting in the darkness outside walls that had already, by whatever combination of earthquake and siege and slow accumulated pressure, been weakened past the point of holding much longer, while inside, a city that had spent generations preparing for exactly this kind of threat finally, after so much patient labour, so much careful water storage, so much watching the horizon each spring for returning ships, ran out of whatever reserve of strength, or luck, or time, had kept it standing through everything that came before. the face behind the face that launched 1,000 ships. I want to turn now to the question that sits, quietly, behind everything else in this story. The question of the woman the entire war is said to have been fought over, because I think Helen deserves the same careful, patient attention we have given to walls and gold and treaties, even though perhaps especially because she is the figure in this entire tradition for whom we have the least solid archaeological ground to stand on. Homer's Iliad presents Helen, wife of the Spartan king Menelaus, as having left her husband for the Trojan prince Paris, an act that Menelaus's brother Agamemnon, the powerful king of Mycenae, uses to rally the various Greek kingdoms into a unified military expedition against Troy, framing the entire war, at least on its surface, as a matter of restoring stolen honour and a stolen wife. Generations of readers, ancient and modern alike, have debated how literally to take this framing, and I want to walk through some of that debate with you now, gently, because I think it opens up something genuinely important about how Bronze Age politics, marriage and diplomacy actually worked beneath the poetry's more dramatic surface. There is no independent archaeological or textual evidence from the Hittite archive or anywhere else that confirms a historical figure corresponding directly to Helen, and it would be dishonest of me to suggest otherwise. Unlike Alexandru, whose name echoes plausibly into Alexandros in the Hittite treaty tablets, no comparable independent record preserves anything resembling Helen's name or story from a genuinely contemporary Bronze Age source. This does not mean she is necessarily pure invention. The absence of evidence in a fragmentary archive, covering only a small fraction of the diplomatic correspondence that once existed across this region, is not, on its own, strong evidence of absence. But it does mean that of everything we have discussed in this story, Helen's specific historical reality remains the most genuinely uncertain, the piece of the tradition resting most heavily on poetry alone, rather than on any converging archaeological or textual confirmation. What we can say with more confidence, drawing on the broader pattern of Bronze Age diplomatic practice that both the Hittite archive and the Linear B tablets from Mycenaean Greece help illuminate, is that marriage between royal houses was, throughout this entire era and this entire region, one of the primary tools great powers used to cement alliances, resolve disputes, and manage the delicate, ever-shifting balance of relationships between kingdoms whose interests might just as easily tip toward friendship or toward war. Royal women moved between courts constantly in this world, carrying with them not just personal relationships but entire webs of political obligation, dowry, and diplomatic significance that later, more individualistic literary traditions sometimes struggle to fully convey. A marriage between a Trojan prince and a woman connected to a powerful Greek royal house, whether that marriage was consensual, arranged, or, as the poem frames it, the result of abduction or elopement, would have carried genuine to serious political weight in this world, weight entirely capable of contributing to exactly the kind of escalating tension between rival powers that we have already traced through this entire story, from the practical matter of controlling trade through the Dardanelles to the broader pressures of drought and displaced populations sweeping the whole region during the era of collapse. Some historians have proposed that Helen, whatever her ultimate historical reality, may function in the poetic tradition less as a literal individual and more as a kind of narrative shorthand, a single, vivid, memorable figure standing in for a much broader, much less personally dramatic set of underlying political and economic tensions between Mycenaean Greece and Wilusa tensions that we have already spent considerable time tracing through Hittite treaties, through the strategic value of controlling the Dardanelles, through competition over the bronze trade routes running north toward tin sources near the Black Sea. A war fought over control of a strategic waterway and its associated trade wealth makes, in some sense, for a less immediately compelling story than a war fought over a queen's beauty and a broken marriage vow, and it would not be surprising, given everything else we have learned about how oral poetic tradition tends to compress and dramatize complicated historical causation into vivid, personal, emotionally resonant imagery, if something similar happened here, the genuine, underlying economic and strategic motives for conflict gradually reshaped, across generations of retelling, into the far more human, far more universally relatable story of love, betrayal, and a woman whose face, in the poem's own famous phrase, was beautiful enough to launch 1,000 ships. I do not offer this as a dismissal of Helen's significance, because I think there is something genuinely important, genuinely worth honouring, in how thoroughly this reframing, whatever its precise historical relationship to actual Bronze Age events, has shaped how later civilizations understood the entire concept of war itself, not simply as a matter of resources and strategic calculation, though it may well have begun that way, but as something that also touches, inescapably, on love, on desire, on the particular human vulnerability of caring for another person, so much that entire kingdoms might, in the story's own telling, be willing to tear themselves apart over it. Whether or not a single historical woman named Helen ever crossed the Aegean from Sparta to Troy, the figure of Helen has carried, across nearly 3,000 years of retelling, a genuine truth about how human conflicts, however grounded in cold strategic calculation they may actually be, so often find themselves remembered, understood, and given meaning through the far more intimate, far more emotionally resonant language of personal relationship and personal loss. I want to mention one more detail here, gently, because I think it adds something valuable to how we understand the broader role of women within Bronze Age Troy itself, beyond the singular, legendary figure of Helen. Archaeological evidence we discussed earlier, the extensive spindle whorls, the loom weights suggesting organised textile production, possibly on a scale intended for trade rather than purely household use, points toward women's labour as a genuinely significant economic force within this city, not merely background domestic activity but organised, valuable production that likely contributed meaningfully to Troy's broader trade economy and, by extension, to its strategic wealth and importance. The Trojan women Homer describes gathering at those warm and cold springs to wash cloth, an image we touched on earlier in this story, were not incidental scenery. They were, in all likelihood, performing genuinely significant economic labour, part of the same broad textile economy, whose physical traces hundreds of spindle whorls, concentrations of loom weights in specific buildings, archaeologists have carefully recovered from across the site's late Bronze Age layers. This detail matters, I think, because it reminds us that the human element of this entire mystery extends well beyond kings and princes and the singular legendary figure of a queen, whose face allegedly launched a war. It extends into the ordinary, unglamorous, economically vital labour of women, whose names we will never recover, whose individual stories left no trace in any poem or any treaty tablet, but whose collective work, patiently repeated across countless ordinary mornings, helped build and sustain the very wealth and strategic significance that made this hill worth fighting over in the first place. Helen may or may not have been real, in the specific individual sense the poem describes. But the women whose spindle whorls archaeologists have recovered from Troy's ruins were unquestionably real, and their labour, quiet and largely unrecorded as it was, deserves to be remembered alongside every other thread of this long, layered story. I want to follow this story now beyond the ash itself, beyond the final destruction layer of Troy the Seven, because a city's fall, however dramatic, however thoroughly excavated and reconstructed by careful archaeology, is never really the end of a story. There are always survivors, and I think it is worth spending real time, gently, with where the tradition says they went, and what small pieces of archaeological evidence might support, or complicate, those later legends. The most famous survivor story, and the one that carried the greatest historical weight in the ancient world, is Aeneas, a Trojan prince who appears already in Homer's own Iliad as a capable warrior, and who becomes, in later Greek and especially Roman tradition, the central figure of an entirely separate epic journey, most fully told in Virgil's Aeneid, composed centuries after Homer, in the 1st century BCE, under the patronage of the Emperor Augustus. According to this tradition, Aeneas escaped the burning city, carrying his elderly father on his back, and leading his young son by the hand, gathered a group of fellow Trojan refugees, and set out on a long, difficult sea journey that eventually brought him to Italy, where his descendants would, generations later, found the city of Rome itself. I want to be careful, as always, about how much weight this specific narrative can bear as literal history, because Virgil was writing an epic poem, serving an explicitly political purpose, composed 13 centuries after the events it claims to describe, deliberately designed to provide Augustus's Rome with a suitably ancient, suitably heroic, mythic pedigree, connecting the new imperial regime back to the deepest, most prestigious layer of Greek legendary history available. This is not, in other words, a straightforward historical record of an actual Bronze Age refugee journey, preserved faithfully across 13 centuries of oral or written transmission. It is, more honestly, a sophisticated piece of political and literary myth-making, built by a brilliant poet working consciously in service of contemporary Roman imperial ideology. And yet I think, by now, you have come to expect this particular turn in how this story keeps unfolding, the underlying premise that Aeneas represents, the idea of displaced Trojan populations scattering across the Mediterranean world in the aftermath of the city's late Bronze Age collapse, fits comfortably within the broader historical pattern we have already traced through this entire story. We have already discussed how the late Bronze Age collapse, sweeping the eastern Mediterranean during exactly this same turbulent window of decades, set enormous numbers of displaced people in motion across the region, some of them likely forming part of the mysterious coalition Egyptian sources call the Sea Peoples, arriving from across the northern Mediterranean in numbers substantial enough to genuinely threaten even Egypt's own stability. If Troy VII's population, or some meaningful portion of it, did not simply perish in the city's final destruction, but scattered outward in search of new land and new opportunity, joining this broader wave of late Bronze Age displacement sweeping the whole region, then the deep structural premise beneath the later, politically motivated Aeneas legend Trojan refugees carrying their culture, their memory, and eventually their story outward into the wider Mediterranean world may preserve, in however transformed and eventually politically weaponized a form, a genuine echo of real demographic movement following the city's actual historical collapse. Aeneas was not, notably, the only survivor legend attached to Troy's fall. Ancient sources preserve a whole scattered constellation of similar stories, less famous today than Virgil's version but genuinely widespread across the ancient Mediterranean world, connecting various cities and regions to Trojan refugee founders. Communities in various parts of Italy beyond Rome itself, in Sicily, in parts of the western Mediterranean, and even, according to some traditions, in Britain where later medieval legend would claim the island's own mythical founding by a Trojan refugee named Brutus, a story that medieval English chroniclers took seriously enough to include in supposedly historical accounts of the island's earliest settlement, all claimed some version of Trojan ancestry. Trojan founders, Trojan refugees who had, according to local tradition, eventually made their way to distant shores and established new communities carrying forward some fragment of the fallen city's memory and bloodline. I find this widespread pattern of Trojan Foundation legends genuinely fascinating to sit with, because it tells us something important about how thoroughly and how quickly Troy's fall became not simply a specific historical event confined to one particular hill and one particular war, but a kind of foundational cultural touchstone that communities across the entire ancient Mediterranean world, and eventually medieval Europe as well, found genuinely valuable to claim connection to. Whether or not any specific community's claimed Trojan ancestry reflects genuine historical migration from the actual late Bronze Age collapse, the sheer scale and persistence of these foundation legends across so many different regions and so many different centuries tells us that Troy's story had become, remarkably early, something larger than a single local tragedy, a shared cultural inheritance flexible enough, resonant enough, prestigious enough that communities scattered across an enormous geographic range found it worth claiming as their own point of origin. There is a quiet symmetry in this pattern that I want to leave you with, gently, before we move toward the final stretch of our long walk together. A city destroyed, according to the archaeological evidence, by some combination of earthquake and human violence in a single, turbulent century of late Bronze Age collapse that swept displaced populations outward across the entire Mediterranean world, and then, centuries later, dozens of separate communities across that same vast Mediterranean world, and eventually beyond it, choosing, deliberately, to claim connection back to that same fallen city, weaving its memory into their own foundational stories, carrying its name forward not because they were forced to, but because something about that story, about survival snatched from catastrophic loss, about carrying forward what could be saved when everything else had to be left behind in burning streets, resonated deeply enough that community after community wanted it as part of their own inherited identity. I think this is, in its own way, one of the most genuinely moving aspects of the entire Troy mystery, more moving, in some respects, than any single archaeological detail we have examined across this long journey together. The city fell. Whatever combination of earthquake, drought, siege, and slow accumulated pressure actually destroyed it. The walls came down, the storage jars were left half full, the families who had lived within those walls for generations lost the specific, physical home their ancestors had spent centuries building. And yet the story of that loss, carried forward first by displaced survivors scattering across an unstable, collapsing Mediterranean world, and then by generations of poets refining and reshaping their memory into epic verse, and then by community after community across the ancient and medieval world, choosing to claim that story as their own foundational inheritance, somehow transformed catastrophic ending into enduring beginning, over and over again for nearly 3,000 years, in ways the actual historical inhabitants of Troy VII, watching their storage jars and bracing for whatever was coming across the water each spring, could never have imagined their own particular tragedy would eventually become. We have walked a long way together now, through walls and gates and ash, through gold that turned out to belong to the wrong king, through treaties written in a language most of us will never learn to read, through the patient, invisible retreat of an ancient sea, through the horse that may never have been made of wood at all. I want to bring us, gently, back to the question this whole story has been circling from its very first image, Schliemann, standing on an unremarkable hill in 1870, certain, against nearly every expert of his era, that he had found something real. Was he right? Did he find the right city? I think the honest answer, the answer that respects everything the evidence has actually shown us across this long walk, is something closer to, mostly, in a way that still leaves genuine, productive uncertainty at its edges, rather than a clean, simple yes. Schliemann found Hisarlik, and Hisarlik is, with a confidence that has only grown stronger across a century and a half of subsequent careful research, the physical site of Bronze Age Wilusa, a real, substantial, strategically vital kingdom, confirmed independently by Hittite diplomatic archives, by its commanding position over one of the ancient world's most important maritime choke points, by the sheer scale of its walls and, once Kaufmann's team finally revealed it, its previously unsuspected lower town. In this broad sense, in the sense that mattered most to the ancient pilgrims and kings who never doubted the identification at all, Schliemann was right, or perhaps more accurately, he was right to trust Frank Calvert's careful earlier reasoning, right to insist that the poem pointed towards something real rather than pure invention, even if he badly misunderstood, in his early, impatient years of digging, exactly which buried layer within that hill actually corresponded to the war he was so desperate to prove had happened. Where the story grows genuinely more uncertain is in the finer details. Schliemann himself was least equipped to properly assess questions that required not one enthusiastic amateur's intuition, but generations of careful, methodical, often quite unglamorous work by the archaeologists who followed him. Was Troy VI, or Troy VII, the true Homeric layer? The current scholarly consensus, built patiently across Dörpfeld's stratigraphic corrections, Blegen's careful excavation and earthquake evidence, and the weapons recovered from Troy VII's final destruction, points toward Troy VII as the layer most plausibly connected to whatever historical conflict eventually inspired the war tradition, destroyed sometime around 1180 BCE in an episode that, unlike the earlier seismic destruction of Troy VI, shows clear evidence of human violence rather than natural catastrophe alone. But even this conclusion carries real, honest uncertainty at its edges, because the physical evidence of violence, however genuine, cannot on its own confirm the specific scale, duration, or precise causes the poem describes, and it certainly cannot confirm the presence of a single dramatic wooden horse, a queen named Helen, or gods intervening directly in the fighting. Did a war actually happen, in something resembling the shape Homer describes? Here, I think, the honest answer requires holding several different kinds of evidence in careful balance, rather than reaching for the satisfying simplicity either full belief or full skepticism would offer. The Hittite archive confirms genuine, documented political tension between Walusa and a power called Ahiawa, plausibly identifiable with Mycenaean Greece during almost exactly the right historical window. The destruction layer at Troy the Seventh contains genuine weapons, genuine evidence of violent conflict, dated by multiple independent scientific methods to almost exactly the same narrow span of decades. The broader regional context of severe drought, disrupted trade, and the sweeping late Bronze Age collapse provides a genuinely plausible, historically well-supported set of underlying pressures that could easily have escalated exactly this kind of long-simmering political tension into open, sustained conflict. Taken together, this convergent evidence supports treating some genuine historical conflict, involving Troy and some Mycenaean Greek power, as considerably more likely than not, even though we will almost certainly never recover enough evidence to confirm the war's precise duration, its specific causes in the granular, personal detail the poem provides, or the fate of any individual figure the epic tradition names. What we cannot confirm, and what I do not think any future excavation, however careful, however technologically sophisticated, will ever be able to fully confirm, is the precise, literal truth of Homer's specific narrative details the 10 years, exactly as told, the wooden horse, exactly as described, the direct intervention of gods, the single combats between named heroes fought in the particular sequence the poem preserves. These details belong, almost certainly, to the realm of poetic transformation, the patient, centuries-long work of oral tradition, reshaping genuine but half-forgotten historical memory into something dramatically satisfying, emotionally resonant, and culturally foundational enough to survive 4 centuries of largely illiterate transmission before finally being fixed in the written form we still read today. I want to offer you, gently, a way of holding this uncertainty that I have found genuinely useful across the time I have spent with this particular mystery, because I think it applies not only to Troy but to almost every question of deep historical memory our civilization carries forward. Think of the relationship between the archaeological Troy we have spent this whole story exploring, and the poetic Troy that full Homer's audience, and every audience since, has carried in imagination, not as 2 competing claims where one must be entirely right and the other entirely wrong, but as 2 different, equally genuine kinds of truth, operating at different scales and serving different purposes. The archaeological Troy tells us, with real, if imperfect, precision, what actually happened on this specific hill, in this specific century, to these specific, largely anonymous people whose storage jars and spindle whorls and arrowheads we have carefully recovered and studied. The poetic Troy tells us something different, and in its own way equally true, not what precisely happened, but what that happening came to mean, across 3,000 years of retelling, to every subsequent generation that needed a story capacious enough to hold love and pride and loss, and the particular human tragedy of watching something you love, something you spent generations patiently building, fall to forces beyond your full control or understanding. Both of these truths matter. Neither one fully replaces or invalidates the other. The archaeologists who spent a century and a half correcting Schliemann's early errors, painstakingly separating fact from his enthusiastic overreach, did essential, valuable work that has given us a genuinely rich, genuinely detailed understanding of what Bronze Age life on this hill actually looked like, an understanding no amount of careful reading of the poem alone could ever have provided. And the poem itself, whatever liberties it took with literal historical accuracy, preserved something the archaeology alone could never fully recover: the emotional shape of the loss, the human meaning of watching a beloved home fall, carried forward across centuries by singers who had never seen the actual walls, in a form vivid and moving enough that we are all, still, 3,000 years later, drawn to sit with it, to wonder about it, to keep asking, patiently, gently, exactly how much of it might be true. So, was it the right one? I think the most honest answer this whole long walk through Troy's layers can offer is this. Schliemann found the right hill, guided there by a more careful, more patient man, whose name history very nearly forgot. Buried within that hill, he found real evidence of a real, significant Bronze Age kingdom, confirmed independently by texts written in a language he could not read, in an archive he never knew existed, by a civilization whose capital he never visited. Somewhere within that same hill's many layers lies genuine evidence, however partial, however requiring careful, patient interpretation across generations of subsequent archaeologists of a real conflict, real violence, real human suffering that likely did inspire, however transformed by centuries of poetic retelling, the story we still tell today. Whether that conflict looked, in its actual historical detail, anything like the poem's 10 years, its wooden horse, its gods and its single combats, we will likely never know with full certainty. But the hill itself, the walls, the ash, the half-filled storage jars, the arrowheads scattered through their final destruction layer, remain, patiently, waiting for whoever comes next, with whatever new tools their own century provides, to keep asking the question a little more carefully than the century before them managed to ask it. I want to bring you back, gently, to the physical place itself, because we have spent so much time now in theory and evidence and centuries-old argument that I think it is worth simply resting, for a while, in the present moment of the mound as it actually exists today, quiet under whatever weather happens to be moving across it while you listen to this. If you visited Hisarlik now, you would walk a marked path that winds up through the different excavated layers, past information panels that try, in careful condensed language, to explain 9,000 years of buried history to visitors who may only have an hour or two to spend there before their tour bus continues on toward other ancient sites along this same historically dense stretch of Turkish coastline. You would see the great trench Schliemann's earliest, most impatient digging cut straight down through the mound's layers, still visible today, still bearing the physical scar of his particular combination of visionary conviction and genuinely destructive haste. You would see the curved southwestern gate, the tower still rising above it, worn but recognizable, the wheel ruts, still faintly visible in the paving stones if the light catches them at the right angle in late afternoon. You would see, walking further, the excavated foundations of houses from the lower town that Kaufmann's team spent decades proving existed, walls barely rising above ground level now, marked carefully by low stone borders that help visitors understand where a Bronze Age room, a Bronze Age hearth, a Bronze Age family's ordinary life once stood. There is a large wooden horse near the site's entrance now, built for tourists, deliberately artificial, deliberately playful, a modern acknowledgement of the story that draws so many visitors to this otherwise unremarkable hill in the first place. Children climb inside it, look out through small windows cut into its wooden sides, imagine themselves as the soldiers waiting in the darkness for night to fall. I find something quietly moving in this too, even though I know it has nothing to do with genuine Bronze Age archaeology at all. It is simply the latest layer, the newest chapter, in a hill that has spent 3,000 years accumulating exactly this kind of human attention, human imagination, human need to touch, in whatever form each new century makes available, a story that continues to matter long after its original participants have become nothing more than careful trowel work and patient scientific analysis. The wind here, visitors often note, moves almost constantly, sweeping up from the strait and across the open plain, carrying with it the particular dry, herb-scented quality of Mediterranean summer, or, in winter, a colder edge that reminds you this coastline, however associated in imagination with eternal golden light, experiences genuine seasons, genuine cold, genuine rain that would have soaked into this same mud brick and limestone across every one of the 3,000 years people lived here. The grass that covers the unexcavated portions of the mound moves with that same wind, the way it must have moved across whatever portions of Troy VI's walls stood exposed and unused in the centuries before Schliemann arrived to clear them, the way it moves now across the still-buried remainder of the lower town that Kaufmann's team confirmed exists but that no one has yet had the resources, or perhaps the full scientific justification, to fully excavate. Because I want you to understand, gently, as we come toward the close of this long story, that even now, after 150 years of careful excavation by some of the most dedicated archaeologists of each successive generation, most of Troy remains unexcavated, still buried, still waiting. Full excavation of a site this large, this deeply layered, this historically and politically significant, is not simply a matter of available labour and time. It is also, genuinely, a matter of careful ethical restraint, because every excavation is, in an important sense, also a destruction. The careful, deliberate dismantling of a site's context in order to understand it, a process that cannot be undone once completed, and that therefore requires the kind of patience Schliemann himself so notably lacked in his own earliest, most impatient years of digging. Modern archaeological practice increasingly favours leaving substantial portions of any significant site unexcavated, deliberately, so that future researchers, working with tools and questions we cannot yet fully imagine, will have genuine, undisturbed material to examine, rather than finding that an earlier generation's enthusiasm had already exhausted the evidence before anyone knew what the most important questions to ask would eventually turn out to be. This means that Troy, even now, even after Schliemann and Dörpfeld and Blegen and Kaufmann and all the careful archaeologists who worked alongside and after each of them, still holds genuine secrets, genuine unexcavated evidence, quietly waiting beneath grass that has grown and died, and grown again across countless seasons since the last Bronze Age hand touched the soil now covering it. I find this thought genuinely comforting, in the particular, quiet way that comfort works in a story like this one, because it means the mystery we have spent this whole long journey exploring together has not been exhausted, has not been fully closed, has not reached the kind of final, settled conclusion that would leave nothing left for future curiosity to discover. Somewhere beneath that grass, in sections of the lower town Kaufmann's radar identified but that no excavator's trowel has yet carefully, patiently uncovered, there may be answers to questions we have not even learned to properly ask yet, waiting, the way the whole mound waited for over 3,000 years, for someone with the right combination of patience, technology, and genuine curiosity to finally arrive and begin, carefully, gently, brushing away the soil. I want you to picture, one more time, the specific image we began this whole long story with Schliemann, in April of 1870, climbing this same low hill, pickaxe in hand, certain against every expert of his era that something real waited beneath the grass. I want you to hold that image now alongside everything we have since learned together. The 9 buried cities, the treaty naming a ruler called Alexandu, the arrowheads scattered through ash that settled over half-filled storage jars nearly 3,500 years ago, the slow, patient retreat of an ancient sea, the singers who carried this story forward across 4 centuries of illiterate darkness purely through memory and breath, the lower town that lay hidden and unsuspected for over a century after Schliemann's first triumphant discoveries, the small, quiet, largely uncredited work of Frank Calvert, whose careful reasoning made everything that followed possible in the first place. None of these threads, on their own, fully answers the question this whole story has been built around, but together, woven patiently across this long walk we have taken together, they offer something I think is genuinely valuable, even in its incompleteness, not a final, settled answer, but a rich, carefully gathered, honestly uncertain understanding of a place that has mattered, in one form or another, to nearly every civilization that has touched this particular stretch of Mediterranean coastline for the better part of 3,000 years. Whether Schliemann found exactly the right city, in exactly the way his own confident, occasionally dishonest telling of the story insisted he had, matters less, I think, in the end, than the fact that he found something real, something worth the century and a half of careful, patient, generation-spanning work that has followed his own impatient first trenches, something that continues, even now, even tonight, as you drift gently towards sleep with this story still settling in your mind, to reward exactly the kind of patient, unhurried curiosity this whole long walk has tried to model for you. Let me pause, one more time, on the arrowheads and sling bullets themselves, because I think they deserve slightly more attention than a passing mention allows. The arrowheads recovered from this layer are small, mostly bronze, leaf-shaped or triangular, the kind of ordinary, mass-producible weapon that a Bronze Age army would have carried by the hundreds or thousands, unremarkable individually, but collectively unmistakable in what they represent. The sling bullets are simpler still, little more than shaped stones or fired clay, cheap to make, easy to carry, devastating in the hands of someone practiced enough to use them accurately. Neither weapon required the kind of specialized craftsmanship a fine sword or an inlaid bronze helmet demanded. Both were the weapons of ordinary soldiers, not named heroes, The kind of anonymous, unglamorous violence that rarely makes it into epic poetry at all, poetry which prefers, understandably, to focus on named champions locked in single combat, rather than the messier, more statistically honest reality of arrows and slingstones raining down on people whose names no one ever thought to record. There is one more small note worth adding here, gently, before we move on. Modern conservators who have handled these bronze arrowheads describe a particular, quiet weight to them, heavier in the hand than their small size suggests, cold even in summer, the metal itself carrying a kind of density that feels, somehow, disproportionate to an object small enough to close inside a single fist. It is easy, reading about ancient weapons in the abstract, to forget that they were, first and always, physical objects, shaped by a smith's hands, carried by a soldier's hands, and finally, 3,500 years later, lifted gently from the ash by an archaeologist's gloved hands, each set of hands touching the same small piece of bronze across a gulf of time that no single sentence can really do justice to. I want to tell you about one more chapter in this long story, a more recent one, because I think it shows something important about how alive, how genuinely contested, this mystery has remained, even in our own lifetime, long after most people assume archaeology of this kind has settled into comfortable, uncontroversial consensus. In 2001, Manfred Kaufmann, whose careful excavation and radar survey had revealed the previously unsuspected lower town we have already spent considerable time with in this story, organised a large public exhibition about Troy in the German city of Stuttgart, an exhibition that attracted enormous public attention and that presented, to a general audience, his team's evidence for a substantially larger, more significant Bronze Age city than earlier generations of scholars had recognised. The exhibition proved genuinely popular, drawing hundreds of thousands of visitors, and it represented, in many ways, the culmination of Kaufmann's decades of patient work at the site. But the exhibition also provoked a sharp, public, genuinely heated response from a historian named Frank Kolb, a specialist in ancient history at the University of Tübingen, who argued publicly that Kaufmann was significantly overstating both the size and the historical significance of the site, presenting contested geophysical evidence and preliminary interpretations to the public as though they were far more settled and certain than the underlying archaeological evidence actually supported. Kolb organised his own counter-symposium, argued his case in the German press, and the resulting exchange grew heated enough, personal enough, that it drew attention well beyond the usual small circle of specialists who typically debate the fine details of Bronze Age Anatolian archaeology, becoming, for a period, a genuinely prominent public controversy covered by major German newspapers, complete with the kind of pointed personal criticism that academic disputes, when they escape the relatively controlled environment of peer-reviewed journals, sometimes acquire. I want to walk through the substance of this disagreement carefully, because I think it illustrates something genuinely important about how archaeological knowledge actually gets built, tested, and refined, especially at a site as historically and emotionally significant as this one. Kolb's central objections focused on the geophysical evidence for the lower town's defensive ditch and the density of late Bronze Age occupation across the broader area Kaufmann's radar survey had identified, arguing that some of the evidence being presented to the public as clearly established fact remained, in his assessment, considerably more ambiguous and open to alternative interpretation than the popular exhibition materials suggested. He also raised broader questions about how confidently archaeologists should connect the site's Bronze Age political and military significance to the specific, dramatic scale of conflict the Homeric tradition describes, cautioning against what he saw as a tendency, understandable given the site's enormous cultural resonance, to read more certainty into fragmentary evidence than the evidence itself could genuinely support. Kaufmann and his colleagues responded with their own detailed presentations of the evidence, including subsequent excavation results that, in the years following the initial controversy, provided additional physical confirmation of late Bronze Age occupation within portions of the lower town area the radar survey had identified, evidence that most subsequent archaeological assessment has treated as substantially supporting Kaufmann's broader interpretation, even as some of the more specific, most dramatic early claims about the ditch's exact scale and function have been refined and, in some particulars, revised by subsequent, more careful analysis. What I find genuinely valuable about walking through this controversy with you now, gently, at this point near the end of our long story together, is what it teaches us about the actual, ongoing texture of archaeological knowledge, not a smooth, uncontested accumulation of settled facts, building steadily toward final certainty, but a genuinely contested, sometimes genuinely heated process of claim and counterclaim, evidence and re-examination, extending right up through the final years of the 20th century and into our own recent past. This is not a flaw in how archaeology works. It is, I think, exactly how careful, honest scholarship should work, especially at a site whose cultural significance creates real, understandable pressure toward wanting confident, exciting, publicly satisfying conclusions, pressure that a careful discipline needs skeptical, sometimes uncomfortable voices like Kolb's to help resist and temper. Kaufmann himself died in 2005, only a few years after the height of this controversy, and did not live to see how thoroughly subsequent research would continue to test, refine, and in most major respects confirm the broader picture of Troy's late Bronze Age significance that his own careful decades of work had done so much to establish. The excavation at Hisarlik has continued since his death, under subsequent directors working in continued international collaboration, still refining the picture, still occasionally revising specific details, still, in the deepest sense, doing exactly the same patient, careful, generation-spanning work that Dörpfeld began correcting Schliemann's early errors, and that Bleegen continued through his own careful 7 seasons of systematic excavation more than a century after the first pickaxe struck stone on this unremarkable hill. I want you to sit with this pattern one more time before we let this story finally rest, because I think it is, in its own quiet way, the truest thing this whole long mystery has to teach us. Every generation that has worked this hill has believed, to some degree, that they were finally arriving at something close to a complete, settled understanding, and every generation since has found new evidence, new tools, new questions that complicated, refined, or in some cases substantially revised what the generation before them had confidently concluded. Schliemann was certain he had found Priam's own treasure. He had not. Bleegen was confident his careful stratigraphic sequence had settled, once and for all, the essential shape of the site's history. Kaufmann's radar survey revealed an entire additional city Bleegen's generation never suspected existed. Kolb's skepticism, in turn, pushed Kaufmann's team toward more careful, more rigorously evidenced claims than the initial excitement of the Lower Town discovery might otherwise have produced. This is not a story of steady, linear progress toward final truth. It is a story of patient, careful, sometimes contentious, always genuinely human accumulation of understanding, each generation building on, correcting, and occasionally arguing fiercely with the generation before, none of them ever quite reaching the final, settled word that would close the question forever. And I think, the longer I have sat with this story across this long night we have spent together, that this ongoing, unfinished quality is not a disappointment we should set aside as we finally let this particular telling come to rest. It is the genuine, honest shape of how deep historical mystery actually works, and it is, I think, exactly why this particular hill, out of all the countless Bronze Age settlements that once dotted this same coastline, has managed to hold our attention, generation after generation, for nearly 3,500 years, and shows no sign, even now, even as you finally let yourself drift towards sleep with all of this settling quietly into the back of your mind, of finally, fully letting us go. I want to slow down now, more than I have anywhere else in this long story, because we are coming close to the end of our walk together, and I think this last stretch deserves a gentler pace than anything that has come before it. Let yourself settle a little further into wherever you are lying. There is nothing left to solve tonight. Everything I still want to tell you can be received softly, the way you might receive the last light of an evening, without needing to hold on to any of it too tightly. Think, one more time, about the layers beneath that hill. 9 cities, one resting on another, each one built by people who could not have known, could not have imagined, that anyone 3,000 years later would ever care enough to carefully brush the dust from their doorways, to measure the width of their storage jars, to wonder about the particular pattern their spindle whirls left spinning in afternoon light. They built their homes and lived their ordinary days, and loved whoever they loved, and worried about whatever they worried about, harvest and health, and the safety of children who wandered too close to the wall's edge, in exactly the unremarkable, universal way people have always lived, in every century, in every place, whether or not a poet ever thought their particular joys and worries worth putting into verse. I think that is worth holding on to, gently, as this story finally comes to rest. Not the war, not the gold, not even the walls themselves, remarkable as they are, but the plain fact of all those ordinary lives, layer upon layer upon layer, each one just as real, just as full, in its own moment, as any hero's, even though almost none of them left behind anything more than a fragment of pottery, a worn stone threshold, a scattering of loom weights in the corner of a room whose roof gave way, and fell centuries before anyone thought to write down whose room it had been. Picture, one final time, the curved approach to that southwestern gate, the tower rising beside it, worn smooth now by visitors' hands, where 3,000 years ago it was worn smooth by different hands entirely, carrying grain or wool, or a child too tired to walk the last stretch alone. Picture the light moving across that pale limestone in the late afternoon, gold and soft, the particular quality of light that this stretch of Mediterranean coastline has offered every single evening, without fail, for as long as there has been a sky above it at all, regardless of which city happened to be standing, regardless of which century's particular joys and sorrows happened to be unfolding beneath it. The light does not know, and never has known, whether it is falling on Troy the First, or Troy the Seventh, or the tourist paths of the present day. It simply falls, patient and indifferent and beautiful, the way light has always fallen on this particular hill, long before anyone thought to build walls here at all, and long after, presumably, whatever remains of these walls has finally, fully returned to the earth they were quarried from in the first place. I want you to imagine, gently, the sound this place makes on an ordinary night, because I think that sound, more than any fact I have given you across this long story, is what I most want to leave with you as you finally let go. Wind moving across grass that has grown and died and grown again more times than anyone could count. The distant, occasional call of a bird settling for the night somewhere among the low scrub at the base of the mound. The particular hush that settles over any very old place after the last visitors of the day have gone, when the stone finally has the evening entirely to itself again, the way it has had every evening to itself, for the vast majority of the 3,500 years since anyone last lived here, in the way the Bronze Age builders of these walls once did. Somewhere beneath that grass, storage jars still sit half full, exactly as their owners left them, more than 3,000 years ago, on whatever specific, unremarkable morning turned out to be the last ordinary morning that particular household would ever know. Somewhere beneath that grass, arrowheads and sling bullets still lie scattered through a layer of ash that has not been disturbed since the fire that produced it finally burned itself out and went cold. Somewhere beneath that grass, an entire lower town that archaeologists confirmed exists but have not yet had the time or the resources or perhaps the full ethical justification to carefully excavate, still waits, patiently, the way it has waited through every single century since the last Bronze Age hand touched the soil now resting quietly above it. I find something genuinely peaceful in that image, even though I know the events that produced it were not peaceful at all. There is a kind of stillness that only comes after everything has already happened, after all the arguing and the earthquake and the fire and the long, slow siege. Whatever combination of those things actually occurred has finally, completely finished happening, leaving behind nothing but quiet accumulation, layer settling gently upon layer, century easing into century, until even the memory of what specifically happened here has softened, the way any sharp memory softens with enough patient distance, into something closer to atmosphere than event, something you can feel in the stone without needing to fully understand. That is, I think, what this hill ultimately offers anyone patient enough to sit with it long enough, the way you have sat with this whole long story tonight. Not a final answer, not a clean resolution to the question of exactly which layer, exactly which war, exactly which combination of earthquake and human violence and slow accumulated pressure actually brought these particular walls down on this particular occasion. What it offers instead is something gentler, something closer to companionship across an impossible distance of time. The simple, steady reassurance that people have always built and always lost what they built, and always, somehow, kept building again, layer after layer, for as long as this particular unremarkable hill has stood above this particular stretch of coastline, watching ships come and go through a strait that has never once, in 3,500 years, stopped narrowing exactly the same way, exactly where it always has, indifferent to every kingdom that has ever tried to claim it, patient beyond anything a single human lifetime could ever fully comprehend. Let the walls rest now, the way you are ready to rest. Let the storage jars stay half full, undisturbed, exactly as their owners left them. Let the argument about which theory finally explains the last fire stay gently unresolved, because I think, by now, you understand why that unresolved quality is not a failure of this story, but its quietest, truest gift. Somewhere on that hill, wind is moving across grass that has outlived 9 entire cities, and somewhere beneath that grass, an ordinary Tuesday morning from more than 3,000 years ago is still waiting, patiently, half-finished, for no one in particular, needing nothing more from you tonight than the simple, gentle act of imagining it one last time before you finally let yourself go. I want to take you back, one more time, before we let this story rest completely, to the very beginning of this hill's long life, centuries and centuries before anyone had heard of Priam or Helen, or a war worth writing poetry about. Because I think there is something quietly important in remembering that Troy, whatever it eventually became in legend, began as something much smaller, much humbler, much more ordinary than the story it would one day carry. Troy 1, the very earliest settlement excavators have identified on this hill, dates to roughly 3000 BCE, in the very early Bronze Age, long before bronze itself was in widespread use, when most tools were still made of stone, when the great pyramids of Egypt had not yet been built, when writing existed, if anywhere at all, only in its earliest, most rudimentary forms in Mesopotamia, far to the east. This first Troy was a small, modest, fortified village, its houses, simple structures, built close together within a defensive wall considerably smaller and less impressive than the great fortifications of Troy VI that would rise on this same spot more than 1,000 years later. The people who lived here farmed the surrounding plain, kept small herds of sheep and goats, made pottery by hand, without the potter's wheel that later periods would introduce, and almost certainly had no sense at all that they were founding anything that would still matter, in any form. 5,000 years later. Troy II, rising sometime after Troy the First's own end, represents the first real flowering of wealth and significance on this hill, and it is this layer, we should remember, that actually produced the gold Schliemann so dramatically, and so wrongly, attributed to King Priam. Troy too shows evidence of a more substantial defensive wall, a larger, more organised settlement, and clear signs of participation in long-distance trade networks stretching, as we discussed earlier, possibly as far as Central Asia. This was a genuinely prosperous small kingdom, ruled by someone whose name has been entirely lost to history, whose gold ornaments Sophia Schliemann wore for a staged photograph more than 4,000 years after they were originally crafted, in a ceremony, or for a purpose, we can no longer reconstruct with any confidence at all. This Troy II city met a violent end sometime around 2300 BCE, destroyed by fire, in circumstances archaeologists still do not fully understand, whether through warfare, accident, or some combination of causes now lost to us entirely. And then, in the pattern that would repeat itself across this hill for the next several thousand years, people returned, rebuilt, and continued living here, through Troy III, Troy IV, and Troy V, each layer showing its own particular combination of continuity and change, its own pottery styles, its own architectural preferences, its own small, quiet adaptations to whatever circumstances that particular generation faced, stretching across many centuries before the walled, prosperous, strategically vital city of Troy VI finally rose from these same accumulated layers sometime around 1750 BCE. I want you to sit with the sheer span of time this represents, because I think it is easy, having spent so much of this story focused on the dramatic final centuries of Troy VI and Troy VII, to lose sight of just how much ordinary human life this hill had already absorbed before the war that would eventually make it famous ever occurred. By the time Troy VI builders began raising those extraordinary curved limestone walls, this hill had already been continuously inhabited for well over 1,000 years, longer than the entire span separating us today from the fall of the Roman Empire. Generation after generation had already lived and died here, had already built and rebuilt, had already buried their own dead in the ground beneath whatever structures the next generation would raise above them, in a slow, patient accumulation of human presence that the famous war, whenever and however it actually occurred, represents only the most recent, most dramatically remembered chapter of. This deep, largely unrecorded history matters, I think, because it reframes the entire mystery we have spent this whole long night exploring together. The Trojan War, however historically significant, however culturally foundational it eventually became, was not the beginning of this hill's story. It was, in the truest sense, simply one especially dramatic, especially well-remembered episode within an already ancient, already deeply layered history of human habitation that had been unfolding on this same unremarkable rise in the landscape for well over 2,000 years before the specific events Homer's poem describes ever took place. The people who built Troy I's modest walls around 3000 BCE could not have imagined the city their distant descendants, 100 generations removed, would eventually build on the same foundations. And the people of Troy VI and Troy VII, watching the horizon each spring for returning ships, bracing themselves against whatever combination of earthquake and siege eventually proved too much for their own careful preparations, could not have imagined that their own particular catastrophe would eventually become the most famous, most thoroughly remembered episode in this hill's entire 5,000-year story, eclipsing in cultural memory the 2,000 years of quieter, less dramatic history that had already unfolded here before they were even born. I find something genuinely humbling in this, the kind of humility that I think belongs, gently, at the close of a story like this one. We remember Troy for its war, for its gold, for its horse, for its poetry, but the hill itself, patient and indifferent to which of its many layers eventually became famous, simply continued accumulating human presence, century after century, regardless of which particular chapter later storytellers happened to find most worth telling. Every layer mattered, in its own moment, to the people who lived within it. Every layer held its own ordinary joys and ordinary griefs, its own small triumphs and small losses, its own particular quality of morning light, falling across whatever specific walls happened to be standing at that specific moment in this endlessly patient hill's endlessly long life. And I think, as we finally let this story come to rest, that is worth carrying with you into sleep tonight. The knowledge that fame, however dramatic, however culturally enduring, is only ever one thin layer resting atop a much deeper, much quieter accumulation of ordinary human presence, most of which no poem will ever celebrate, most of which no archaeologist will ever fully recover, but all of which was, in its own moment, exactly as real, exactly as complete, exactly as worthy of gentle attention as the war that eventually made this particular hill impossible for any of us to forget. I want to offer you one last thought before we return, finally, to the image we began this whole story with, because I think it deserves to settle over everything else we have discussed tonight. Gently, like the last light before full dark, we began this story with a man climbing a hill, certain he would find something the rest of the world had dismissed as pure invention. We have spent this whole long night since then walking through everything that certainty eventually uncovered, and everything it got wrong, and everything 150 years of more careful, more patient work after him has slowly, gradually corrected, refined, and deepened. I do not think this story has a single, tidy moral weighting at the end of it, the kind of clean lesson that would let us close the book and set it aside for good. But I think it does offer something quieter, something worth carrying with you as you finally drift towards sleep. Every civilization, it turns out, needs its own version of this hill, a place, real or imagined, where the ordinary business of daily life meets something larger, something worth remembering, worth arguing about, worth returning to, generation after generation, with new questions and new tools and new patience, even when the answers refuse to arrive as cleanly as we might wish. Troy has served that purpose for an extraordinary span of human history, longer than almost any other single place our civilization has continued caring about, across 3,500 years of shifting empires, shifting languages, shifting understandings of what history even is and how it ought to be studied. Kings sacrificed here, poets sang here, in imagination if not in physical presence. Archaeologists have spent entire careers, entire lifetimes, patiently sifting through this hill's accumulated layers, correcting each other's errors, building slowly, carefully, toward an understanding that remains, even now, genuinely incomplete, genuinely open to whatever the next careful excavation season might still reveal. I think that incompleteness is, in the end, the truest gift this story has to offer you tonight. A mystery that resolved itself entirely, that yielded up one final, certain, unanimous answer to every question it posed, would stop, in some essential way, being alive. It would become simply a fact, filed away, no longer inviting anyone to wonder, to imagine, to sit quietly with uncertainty, and let that uncertainty become, gently, its own kind of comfort rather than its own kind of anxiety. Troy remains alive precisely because it remains unfinished, because somewhere beneath that quiet Turkish hillside, storage jars still sit half full, arrowheads still lie scattered through undisturbed ash, and an entire lower town still waits, patiently, for whoever comes next, with the patience and the tools to keep asking. You do not need to resolve any of this tonight. You do not need to decide, before you finally let yourself drift off, whether the earthquake or the siege or some patient combination of both finally brought those walls down, or whether a single historical woman inspired the poem's Helen, or whether the horse was ever really made of wood at all. You can simply let all of it rest together, gently, the way the hill itself has let 3,000 years of accumulated human history rest together, layer upon patient layer, without ever needing any single generation to fully understand the whole of what it was holding. There is a detail I have saved for last, because I think it belongs here, at the very end of this long walk more than anywhere else in the story. In 1998, the site of Troy was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List, a recognition that formally acknowledged what pilgrims and kings and poets had already understood, in their own way, for nearly 3,000 years that this particular hill, whatever the precise historical truth buried within its many layers, matters to human civilization in a way that transcends any single archaeological question we might still be arguing about. The formal citation for that designation notes the site's exceptional testimony to successive civilizations and its profound influence on European literature and the arts for more than 3,000 years. I find something quietly satisfying in that careful, measured official language, because it manages to honour both halves of this mystery at once, without insisting that either one fully explain the other. The exceptional testimony to successive civilizations is the archaeological Troy, the 9 layers, the arrowheads, the storage jars, the careful work of Schliemann and Dörpfeld and Blegen and Kaufmann, each correcting the last, none of them ever quite finishing. The profound influence on literature and the arts is the poetic Troy, the Helen and the horse and the wrath of Achilles, carried forward across centuries of retelling by singers who never saw the actual walls, and by every subsequent generation of readers and writers and painters and, now, filmmakers, who found in this old story something worth returning to, again and again, regardless of how precisely it matched whatever archaeologists eventually recovered from the ground. Both halves are real, both halves matter. And both halves, together, are what finally brought us here tonight, to this quiet hour, sitting together with a story that began with a man and a pickaxe and a stubborn conviction, and that has never, in the century and a half since, quite finished being told. Visitors to the site today walk past a modest plaque bearing that UNESCO designation, usually without pausing very long, eager to reach the more visually dramatic walls and gates further up the path. I find something gentle in that too, something that feels, in its own small way, consistent with everything else this hill has taught us across this long night together. Even official recognition, even the careful, formal language of international heritage bodies, becomes just one more quiet layer in a place that has never needed anyone's full attention to keep patiently existing, keep patiently waiting, keep patiently holding whatever fragments of the past still remain buried beneath its grass. Whether or not any particular visitor, on any particular afternoon, happens to stop and read the sign, there is one more thread I want to gently pull before we let this story rest, because it touches on something we have circled several times tonight without quite settling into it fully: the question of how much we can actually trust the man who started all of this. Schliemann left behind an enormous personal archive, diaries and letters spanning decades, meticulously preserved, that later researchers have combed through with the same careful, patient attention archaeologists bring to a destruction layer, looking for the small, telling details that reveal more than their author perhaps intended. What those researchers found across the 20th century was a portrait considerably more complicated than the confident, visionary discoverer Schliemann presented to the public in his own published accounts. Some of his claimed early travels, his claimed presence at dramatic historical events, his claimed correspondence with famous contemporaries have not held up under close archival scrutiny, and several biographers have concluded that Schliemann was, across his long life, a genuinely gifted self-mythologizer, someone who understood long before he ever picked up a pickaxe at Hisarlik how to shape a compelling personal narrative regardless of how closely it needed to match verifiable fact. I do not tell you this to diminish what he eventually found, because the walls are real, the layers are real, the gold, whoever it actually belonged to, is real. I tell you this because I think it belongs, honestly, alongside everything else we have learned tonight about how uncertain, how genuinely human, the process of uncovering deep history actually is. The man who insisted, against expert consensus, that a real city lay beneath this hill was also a man capable of inventing a dramatic account of finding a treasure with his wife at his side when she was, by all careful modern reconstruction, hundreds of miles away at the time. Both of these things were true of the same person at the same moment in his life, and I think sitting with that contradiction, gently, without needing to resolve it into either simple admiration or simple dismissal, is part of what this whole long mystery has been quietly teaching us all along. I think too of Sophia Schliemann herself, standing for that staged photograph in gold she likely never touched on the actual day it was found, dressed by her husband's careful direction into a role that would outlive both of them, becoming, for over a century afterward, the single most reproduced image connected to this entire discovery, more widely recognized by ordinary people than any photograph of the walls themselves. She was, by every account that survives her, an intelligent, capable woman, fluent in ancient Greek, genuinely engaged in her husband's work in ways considerably deeper than that one-stage photograph suggests. And yet the image history chose to remember freezes her in a moment of pure performance, arranged carefully by a husband whose gift for narrative shaped not only his own legacy but hers as well, long after either of them had any say in how the story would finally be told. It is a small, quiet reminder that even the faces we think we know best from history are often, themselves, another kind of buried layer, waiting for someone patient enough to dig a little further before deciding what they actually saw. Before we return, finally, to that morning on the hill, I want to tell you what happened to the gold itself, because even after Schliemann smuggled his treasure out of Turkey, its story did not end quietly, and I think it deserves a few last, gentle minutes before we let everything else in this story settle. Schliemann eventually donated the bulk of the hoard to the German people, and it was housed for decades in Berlin, in the Museum für War and Frühgeschichte, displayed as one of the great treasures of German archaeological achievement, admired by generations of visitors who had no way of knowing that the gold they were looking at almost certainly had nothing to do with the Trojan War at all. Then came the Second World War, and in the war's final chaotic months, as Soviet forces advanced on Berlin in 1945, the treasure was moved for safekeeping into a bunker beneath the Berlin Zoo, and from there, in the confusion of the city's fall, it disappeared entirely. For decades afterward, most of the world assumed it had been destroyed, lost forever in the fires and chaos of the war's final collapse. One more casualty among millions. A small, almost incidental loss compared to everything else those years had already taken. It had not been destroyed. It had been quietly removed by Soviet forces and transported to Moscow, where it remained, hidden from public knowledge, in the storerooms of the Pushkin Museum, its existence known only to a small circle of Soviet officials for nearly 50 years. Only in 1993, after the collapse of the Soviet Union itself, did Russian authorities finally confirm publicly what had happened, and the treasure Schliemann once smuggled out of Ottoman Turkey, then displayed for decades in Berlin, then hidden for another half-century in Moscow, finally went on public display again, sparking a new round of international debate over rightful ownership that, as far as I am able to tell you tonight, has still never been fully resolved. I find something quietly fitting in this final turn of the story, even though I recognise how strange it is to call anything about a war's chaos fitting. Gold, buried once by a Bronze Age ruler whose name we will never know, was lifted from the earth by a man who misnamed it after a king who never touched it, displayed in one empire, hidden by another, and still, even now, sits at the centre of a quiet, unresolved argument about who, if anyone, can rightfully claim it. The treasure has spent more of its long life in dispute, in hiding, or in transit between one uncertain custodian and the next, than it ever spent resting undisturbed in the ground, where its original owner first buried it, over 4,000 years ago, for reasons that have long since become as unrecoverable as the rest of that ancient, nameless kingdom's ordinary days. Let's go back, one last time, to that April morning in 1870. A man stands on a low, unremarkable hill above a Turkish plain, pickaxe in hand, a worn copy of Homer in his coat pocket. He does not yet know about the 9 cities beneath his feet, does not know how much of his own certainty will later need correcting, does not know that a quieter, more careful man had already pointed him toward this exact hill, or that a century and a half of patient archaeologists still lay ahead of him, ready to spend their own careers slowly, gently, getting the story a little more right than he ever managed to get it himself. He swings the pickaxe. Somewhere below, a wall that has waited 3,000 years for anyone to notice it again, finally feels, once more, the weight of human attention. Let the wind move across that hill now, the way it has moved across it for longer than any of us can properly imagine. Let the grass settle, let the storage jars stay half full, and the argument stay gently unresolved, and the light keep falling, gold and patient, across stone that has already outlasted 9 entire cities, and will very likely outlast whatever small worries followed you into this story tonight. Somewhere, right now, in a museum case in Moscow, in a quiet excavation trench still waiting for next season's careful hands, in the pages of a poem still being read aloud somewhere in the world in this very hour, some small piece of this story is still, gently, being carried forward. You do not need to carry any more of it yourself tonight. You have already carried it far enough. Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us keep making more content. See you in the next one. If you had to leave your home behind forever, taking only what you could carry in your arms, what one small, ordinary thing do you think you'd find yourself reaching for first?